Welcome to our table read of the Oscar winner for the Best Original Screenplay and of 7 other Oscars, as well as tons of other awards, and we feel all deserved. We're reading Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. And so this is everyone that we have here to read this, and we'll go around and introduce them. So Vicky Dykes.
Hi, I'm Vicky Dykes. I'm from Central Alberta, and today I will be reading Evelyn. Very excited. This is such a cool movie.
It really, really is. And if you haven't seen it yet, I'm curious to see how it reads, because it's there's a lot that goes on, and I'm curious to see how it comes across on the page and how people will be able to take that. So next I have Roxane.
Hi, Roxane Armstrong. Today I'm reading Becky and 8 other things.
Thank you for all of them. And next I have Roger Anthony.
Good evening, I'm Roger Anthony. I'm reading Waymond Wang.
Awesome. And Angel Peterson.
Hello, I'm Angel Peterson, and I'll be reading action descriptions today.
Woohoo, thank you. And we have Erin Lillis.
Hello, I'm Erin Lillis, voice actor, and I am doing Deirdre tonight and Dog Mom.
All right, fun. And we have Heather Lee Cameron.
Hello, my name is Heather Lee Cameron, and tonight I'll be reading Alpha Officer Number 1, Kung Fu Master, Officer Number 1, Alpha Jumper, Men's Choir, and Followers. And I think that's all of it, if I read it correctly.
Excellent.
Yes. Okay. I've never seen the film. Don't destroy me, please. I promise I will. Okay.
No, well, I'm just going to be curious about what you take from it afterwards, because even what was that, Erin?
Oh, I'm sorry. I read it earlier. There's a lot of action description, so try to keep up.
Have fun, Angel.
For the sake of Michelle Yeoh, who played Captain Georgiou and Emperor Georgiou in Star Trek Discovery, I will, because I loved how she played those characters.
Oh, she's fantastic in so many movies. And playing her daughter tonight, Petra Stedman.
Hello, Petra Stedman, writer, actress, all-around general weirdo. So this role is kind of right up my alley. Hoping to potentially do a switch. So if the hood's up, I'm Joy, and if the hood's down, I'm Jobu, and we'll see how that goes. This is arguably it's hands down the best movie that I think came out last year. It was beautiful and heartbreaking, and I've seen it about 5 times now, and I'm really looking forward to the scripts. And Vicky gets to be my mom. Hi. This hasn't happened yet. Hi. Looking forward to it.
All right, awesome. And I'll be reading Rick and Gong Gong. So we'll get started, and I'll share the screen. Here we go. All right. Whenever you're ready, Angel, you can take it away.
Okay. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, written by Daniel Kwan and Daniel. 2 Daniels. I like Daniels. That's my dad and my brother and anyways, they're everywhere in my family. Scheinert.
And that's what they go by.
I should know this.
They go by the Daniels. They also did Swiss Army Man, and they've done a lot of music videos that are, and those movies and music videos have a very similar feel to this movie as well. If you watch like Turn Down for What and different things. Yeah. And they did another movie, but okay, sorry, we'll continue.
Interior apartment, dining room, living room, night. A round mirror sitting on a cultured vanity. Disco lights flash across the clutter. We hear the opening bars of karaoke music. Beginning opening credits. Through the hazy mirror, we watch as a Chinese family of 3, the Wangs, sing karaoke together. They can't agree on a song, but they settle on Barbie Girl by Aqua. They are awkward and off pitch, but it's sweet. A brief snapshot of happiness. Then, like a flip of a switch, interior apartment, dining room, living room, morning. Snap, Evelyn Wang bursts into the room. A 55-year-old Chinese woman in an oversized t-shirt, streaks of gray in her hair, and thin, outdated designer glasses. The tiny dining room is overpopulated with workout equipment, self-help, and inspirational business books. An old TV playing a Chinese soap opera, a live security feed for the laundromat downstairs, a rice cooker spewing steam, and a microwave with 1 minute to go. It is a still life of chaos. Evelyn sits and looks down at years of tax documents and old receipts. Picking up one of the receipts, she decides which pile to place it on. She changes her mind and holds the receipt in the air, frozen by indecision. A hand enters frame and grabs hold of the receipt and playfully tosses it into a pile. Waymond, Evelyn's husband, in transition lens glasses and an ill-fitting polo shirt, smiles down at her. Note, Chinese dialogue will be italicized. The random pieces of broken English will be bold for emphasis.
No, don't even ask.
Roger, you're muted.
I know better than to ask to help you, but is now a good time to talk about something else?
He nervously clutches some paperwork with colored tabs poking out.
I'm listening. Talk.
Evelyn grabs papers, but he quickly snatches it back.
I know you aren't. Just let me know when would be better.
The rice cooker beep, beep, beeps without really taking her eyes off her work. She opens the rice cooker, stirs the steaming rice before shutting it and getting back to work.
Later, maybe. I need to finish this before my father wakes up. Go steam the table clothes for tonight, and then paint over the ceiling water stain.
She gets a text message on her laptop, the sound of a pot of water boiling over in the kitchen.
Already did. Also, I just talked to Byron about tonight. The men's choir have a very fun surprise for...
Noodles. Put in the noodles.
Waymond rushes into the kitchen to tend to the pot.
So we'll talk later, like this afternoon after our appointment?
5 minutes.
What?
Check the pot in 5 minutes. My father hates overcooked noodles. And which paint did you use?
The white paint.
As Waymond steps back in, Evelyn slams down the calculator.
We have 2 different white paints, one for the apartment and one for the laundromat. Oh, it has to match or else...
Shh. Hey, calm down.
Waymond turns the chair towards himself.
I know you want everything to be perfect for your father's party, but he's going to see you've nurtured a happy family and a successful business.
Oh, you know that's not what my father is going to see.
But it's what you and I see, right?
Evelyn begins to relax into Waymond. She looks around the room. She doesn't see much to be proud of. Say, Jacob. Gong gong.
Gong gong.
I'm sorry. Little Evelyn.
Oh, too late. He's awake.
The buzzer. Evelyn turns to the security feed and sees 2 girls waving at the camera. The microwave beeps.
Oh, Joy is here. Set the table. He's probably hungry. I'll get the door.
Okay, we can talk later.
Waymond sighs, typical. Oh, is there more there? She's already out the door. Waymond sighs, typical. He flips over the papers. Petition for dissolution of marriage, divorce papers. We can hear the pot boiling over again. Interior laundromat, that moment. Waiting by the door, Joy Wang, 20s, sporting a worn-down hoodie and a stoic, blank expression, stares into a tumbling laundry machine with unfocused eyes. It's hypnotic. A hand grabs her shoulder, pulling her in for a big kiss, snapping Joy out of her daze. It's Becky Srager, Joy's girlfriend. She holds Joy close.
Thanks for doing this.
Joy rolls down Becky's sleeves to cover up her tattoos and parts her hair to hide her side shave.
You look really pretty right now.
Oh, you like this hot Mormon look?
I'm just telling you now in case my mom says you're fat or whatever.
Joy points at her nose to indicate Becky missed a spot. Becky inverts her septum piercing up into her nose.
You said when she says shit like that, it means she cares, right?
Yeah, well, my mom's going to be extra caring now that Gong Gong's here. He literally hasn't spoken to us in decades, and then all of a sudden he just shows up and...
Suddenly, the door opens. Evelyn looks from Joy to Becky with noticeable pause on Becky.
Hey, Mom.
Hi, Evelyn.
I only made enough food for 3 people. I'll have to cook more.
Without waiting for a response, she is already up the stairs.
Nailed it.
Interior apartment, dining room, living room, that moment. Evelyn comes running up the stairs. Wayman is halfway through setting the table.
It's Joy, and she brought Becky.
Remember, we told Miss Deidre Joy would come to avoid any miscommunications, so Becky is going to help watch Gong Gong.
Before Evelyn can object, Becky and Joy are in the doorway.
Hi, Mr. Wang.
Becky, call me Waymond. Thank you for coming. Sit down, eat.
Evelyn hands Joy a stack of bowls and beckons her into the kitchen. She sloppily strains the noodles before haphazardly dumping in soy sauce, chopped scallions, and sesame seeds.
Overcooked. You know he doesn't have to stay.
Who?
Oh, Becky.
Becky is a she, Mom.
Oh, you know I always mix the words. He, she. In Chinese, there is one word. So simple. The way you two dress, I don't think I'm only one calling him he. I mean, her, him. Anyway, our English is fine, and we have Google. You stay with Gong Gong. She can go. I'm sure she is very busy with her full-time job.
Evelyn takes the entire pot back into the dining room. Joy follows, still holding empty bowls.
I honestly think it's weird, but Becky really wants to help, Mom. She used to volunteer at the nursing home with her church or whatever.
I always learn something when I hang out with the elderly. Old people are very wise.
Oh, it's okay. We'll take Gong Gong to the meeting. You and Becky stay and decorate.
Does your father even know we are being audited?
Ooh, where is he? When can I meet him?
Evelyn thinks about this, clearly uncomfortable. A buzzer goes off. Evelyn looks up at the security camera to see a customer is waiting downstairs at the counter.
Eat fast.
She's out the door. Joy shakes her head, frustrated. Interior apartment staircase continuous. Evelyn rushes down the stairs with Joy following behind.
Mom, wait.
Wait. Today, no time for wait.
They go through the door and into the adjoining laundromat. Interior laundromat continuous. Evelyn weaves through the laundry carts and customers. Now we see Evelyn's laundromat is as eclectic as she is. An old arcade cabinet, a TV playing an old musical, signs advertising wash and fold, alterations, and even singing lessons.
Joy, any other day, I beg that you come and eat or call me or anything, but today, very busy.
Evelyn spots water stains that Wayman attempts to paint over. It is clearly a different shade of white.
Mom, this is what it's always like. Look, I know you haven't always liked Becky, but
I like Becky. Oh, she is very nice.
But
you are very lucky. Your mother is open to your dating a girl, a white girl. But Gong Gong, I don't think his heart could take that, especially not after that flight, coming all the way from China just to die like that.
Mom, he's not gonna die.
Joy follows Evelyn behind the front desk, which is cramped with sewing machines, piles of laundry. A customer with a relatively big nose and a baby carriage is impatiently waiting.
Oh, wow. What a big nose. Welcome. How can I help you?
I wanted to see if my clothes were ready. I called 3 times and
Ticket, please.
The frustrated customer begins to rummage through her purse. Joy peeks into the carriage, but is momentarily horrified to find a fat, snorting French bulldog instead of a baby.
Here it is.
Evelyn snatches it out of her hand and heads to search through piles of pickup laundry.
Mom, we've been together for 3 years. Don't you think Gong Gong would want to know?
Of course. Oh, just not now. Let him enjoy his party tonight.
And you think Becky is going to make it through the entire party without introducing herself to Gong Gong? Have you met Becky?
I thought she had work.
She got someone to cover for her. Is that not okay?
Evelyn, Mabel, guess who's 20 got eaten by the machine again?
It's Rick, a chipper older white regular who comes in a little too regularly. Without missing a beat, Evelyn picks up a baseball bat and uses a handle to thump a dented air vent in the ceiling.
Wayman, more customers need help.
Evelyn, you know, my wife, God rest her soul, used to wear that same exact perfume.
I see you at the party tonight.
Rick playfully pulls out a party invitation from his pocket. Used to his come-ons by now, Evelyn smiles in approval, then spots Wayman and Becky.
Did you move our customers' clothes? 32 is missing.
Sorry, it was too crowded. I moved some upstairs. I think the clothes are happier there.
Becky looks to Joy, who gives a mock thumbs up. Interior apartment, dining room, living room, moments later. Evelyn and Joy re-enter the apartment. Hanging precariously from the shelf by the security camera TV are some clothes wrapped in plastic with two googly eyes and a Sharpie drawn smile.
See, they're happier here.
I told you to take down all the Google eyes before tonight. No more Google eyes.
Can we please just talk about
Evelyn begins ripping the googly eyes off.
Oh, your father, after all this time, I still don't understand how his brain works.
so can Becky come or
Oh, stop changing subject. You know, with our auditor, she's a terrible person, targeting Chinese in the community. After 2 years of meetings, she puts a lien on our laundromat. And you know what your father does? He brings her cookies.
Meanwhile, in the security camera feed, we see Wayman's head fall forward and lift up again. He looks around the store, suddenly very alert. He beelines it towards a supply closet as if he's in a spy movie. He begins stuffing random objects into Evelyn's purse and his fanny pack.
Every day, here is a battle. I fight for all of us. Everything I do, I try to make things simpler, easier. Oh, but your father?
Wayman resumes his position by the coin machine and gives Rick an awkward smile before his head knocks forward again. Then he wakes up, a little disoriented, but continues hitting the coin machine. What?
Sometimes I wonder how he would have survived without me.
Evelyn watches Wayman in the security monitor as he playfully mock dances with the coin machine. Ignored again, as usual, Joy grits her teeth. Interior laundromat continuous. Evelyn enters as Wayman reaches behind the machine to unplug it while laughing with Rick. Joy returns as well and storms over to Becky.
Evelyn, you have to see Rick dance. Look, he knows all of the moves.
He gestures to the TV, still playing an old musical. As the two lovers on the screen dance to the orchestral music, Rick follows in time. Wayman claps.
Did you know Rick is in the community theater? He wants to be an actor like you did. Maybe you can audition too.
Evelyn watches the screen as the lovers dance, sing, and circle one another. They move in for a kiss. A flash of longing comes across her face. She snaps out of it and hands Wayman the dog mom's laundry.
Give this to the customer with the big nose. How much did you lose?
20, but I take tips.
Meanwhile, Becky is trying to calm Joy down.
Oh, sorry. I thought Becky had a line first. I just don't know how I can be any fucking clearer. She can choose. You come to the party with me, Gong Gong is eternally ashamed until he forgets it all happened at all, and then he dies. Or we don't come, Gong Gong is proud of mom until he forgets it all, and he still dies.
Evelyn gasps and shoots Joy a horrified look. Joy's face falls.
I didn't mean that. It was a joke.
That's not a very funny joke.
hey guys?
Becky is looking at something behind all of them. Joy sees it too. Evelyn angrily rummages through her purse.
Mom?
Wayman sees it now and freezes. Evelyn pulls out a $10 roll of quarters and hands it to Rick.
This is a 10. I thought you people were very good at math.
Evelyn?
Next time I give you rest with interest. You will need it. Actors are very poor.
Mom!
Evelyn is startled by her volume. She finally turns. We see the white, wispy hair on the back of an old man's head. He is hunched over with his cane, wearing white shirt and slippers. This is Gong Gong. He stands by the stairwell with unfocused, wet eyes.
Baba, how did you get down here?
Where's breakfast?
Evelyn watches as Wayman, who obediently runs up the stairs. Gong Gong watches Wayman go with a clear look of contempt.
Oh, Baba. Oh, you remember Joy?
Joy awkwardly approaches. Becky stands behind her, excited.
Gong Gong, hello. How was your trip?
Her Chinese is getting worse every time we talk.
Evelyn eyes Becky, who is slowly approaching Gong Gong. Joy watches Evelyn watch Becky. Joy tests the water.
Gong Gong, this is Becky. Becky is my how do you say it again? Shit. I mean, crap. She's my
Gong Gong
good
begins
friend.
to stare at Becky. Evelyn interrupts.
A good friend. Becky is a very good friend.
Mom.
What?
Joy glares at Evelyn, about to unload everything she wants to say. She hesitates. Becky smiles, unaware.
Big nose.
Evelyn spots Debbie the dog mom leaving. She grabs the laundry and rushes out the door. Joy grabs Becky and heads for the exit.
Okay. It was nice to meet you.
Wayman comes back with noodles to see Gong Gong standing alone in the room. Gong Gong spits on the ground. Exterior laundromat that moment. Debbie the dog mom loads her dog into the car and shuts the door as Evelyn arrives and hands her the laundry.
It took you long enough.
She takes the coat and turns it over. Evelyn watches Joy and Becky head to their car.
Give us 5 stars, please.
Are you serious?
Also, we have a Chinese New Year party tonight, open to all of my customers in the community. Oh, please come and enjoy nice music and food. And let me get an invite. One moment. Joy, wait.
She leaves the customer dumbfounded. Joy has one foot in the car. Evelyn falters. Are you muted?
What? Yeah,
I just want to say, try to eat healthier. You're getting fat.
Becky looks from Joy to Evelyn. No response. Joy shakes her head and shuts the door. Evelyn turns and walks back to the laundromat. Interior apartment staircase later. Evelyn patiently stands with her father as he takes one small step at a time up the staircase. For the first time, we get a sense of how exhausted she is. Interior apartment, dining room, living room later. Back at her table, Evelyn tries to finish her taxes while Gong Gong loudly slurps the noodles beside her. Her eyes are drawn up to the wall in front of her. Family portraits, report cards, and children's drawings. She sees an old childhood photo of Joy smiling back at her. She is surrounded by the chaos of her apartment, frozen, holding a receipt.
What are you doing? What is wrong?
We hear a deep rumbling sound. It's in her head, in her soul. Title, Part 1, Everything. Interior, laundry, RV. I don't know what RV is. Evelyn drives the laundry delivery van. Oh, a converted RV filled with racks of clothing and bags of laundry. Wayman is now carrying a Tupperware of cookies, looking out the window. Gong Gong sits in the back, muttering in his sleep.
We have to go. The Japanese are here.
Evelyn turns on the radio. Interior IRS building lobby later. Evelyn and Wayman walk in together, pushing a half-asleep Gong Gong in his wheelchair through security.
Where are we?
This is, our business is so busy. We are applying for a new business license so we can expand.
Wayman is shocked by her blatant lie.
Another laundromat?
People always have dirty clothes. It's nice to feel needed.
Gong Gong's eyes are closed. He's trying to sleep. Crisis averted. Wayman eyes an elderly couple in front of them. They are holding hands. Adorable. The couple stops by the restroom. She hands him her purse and they kiss before she enters. Double adorable. Wayman looks at Evelyn in her own world.
I was thinking maybe after this is all done, we can go on a trip or...
If I have to think about one more thing today, my head will explode.
Wayman grimaces and says nothing. They enter the elevator. Interior IRS elevator that moment. As the doors close, Wayman's head snaps forward again. He pulls out a compact umbrella from his oversized fanny pack and opens it, covering the security camera in the corner.
What are you doing?
You may be in grave danger. There's no time to explain. Hold this.
He shoves the umbrella into her hands, pulls out two outdated Bluetooth earpieces, places one in each of Evelyn's ears. Gong Gong snores.
Pay attention. When we leave this elevator, you can either turn left towards your scheduled audit appointment, or you can turn right and go into the janitor's closet. Do not go into the janitor's closet.
Don't be stupid. Why would I go?
Not now.
He shuffles through his bag and pulls out the divorce papers from earlier and, ignoring their contents, begins rapidly writing on the back.
Breathe in. You're going to feel a slight pressure in your head.
He presses a button on his phone. A status bar labeled alternate life path scan begins to go from 0 to 100%.
Always downloading those apps on my...
The Bluetooth devices turn on a bright, burning red, and her eyes shoot wide open. A bright light spills between the cracks in the elevator doors. She breathes in. Ding! The camera pushes through the elevator doors, and we see two legs extending from either side as men in medical scrubs and face masks beckon us in. We hear a baby cry. The camera turns to see the father, Gong Gong, who can't hide his disappointment.
I'm sorry. It's a girl.
Ding! With little Evelyn is chasing behind two young boys running with sticks in their hands.
Evelyn.
The camera, Evelyn looks up at the disapproving Gong Gong and then down at her own two sticks. The two boys run ahead. Ding! Little Evelyn is sketching the back of a boy's head in class. It's young Waymond.
Hey, that's pretty good.
She hides the drawing. Ding! Evelyn on the porch beside Waymond now in his 20s.
Can't you see how wonderful it'll be? We can make our own way. Please come with me.
Back in the elevator, Evelyn watches, overwhelmed. Ding! Evelyn looks out the taxi window at her crying mother, and through the window, we see Gong Gong's stoic stare.
If you abandon this family for that silly boy, then we'll abandon you.
Ding! Evelyn kicks open the door of their empty apartment. It's small, but it will do. They turn on the lights on an old rundown apartment, down laundromat. Ding! Evelyn stares at laundry tumbling like a tiny black hole.
It's me again, wondering when you'll call back.
Ding! Evelyn sits at the front desk. Customer zips in and out in a time lapse. She has a sudden urge to vomit. Ding! Evelyn finishes throwing up in the sink. Holding her belly, she looks up at Waymond. Something ignites in her. Ding! Pregnant Evelyn happily wallpapers the laundromat. Ding! Evelyn sings Baby Joy to sleep. Ding! Evelyn chases little Joy around the laundromat with a broomstick. Ding! Teen Joy slams the front door in Evelyn's face. Ding! Evelyn and Joy parked on the side of the road, a brooding tension.
Mrs. Wang, we're calling about your father.
Ding! Evelyn is now standing outside of her laundromat with a few suitcases and Gong Gong sitting in a wheelchair, looking clearly disappointed. Ding! Evelyn sorts tax receipts. Earlier today. Ding! Joy shuts the car door on Evelyn. Ding! Waymond sighs as they enter the elevator. Ding! The elevator door closes. Evelyn blinks. She's back. She exhales, shell-shocked. Waymond shoves the papers he was writing into her hands.
The moment you're situated in your meeting, follow these instructions. But remember, no one can know. Don't even talk to me about this because I won't remember.
But
He shoves her and places a hand gently on her cheek. Evelyn shrivels under the intimacy. His phone beeps. He closes the umbrella, shoves everything into his bag, and strikes a natural pose.
Talk to you soon.
His head goes limp. Ding! The elevator door opens. Waymond's head lifts up and he looks around disoriented.
Wow, that was a fast elevator.
He walks out, pushing a snoring Gong Gong, leaving Evelyn grasping for understanding. As she exits, her gaze lingers on the janitor's closet to her right. Interior IRS, 10th floor cubicle moments later. The back of the crumpled instructions lay in Evelyn's hands under the desk. The first line reads, Number 1, switch shoes to the wrong feet.
Mrs. Wang, are you with us right now?
Evelyn hides the instructions in her lap and looks up. Deirdre Atkins, the frumpy woman in a cheap suit, is poking at the calculator with one hand and squeezing a hand grip strengthener in the other.
Oh, of course. I am here. Just thinking.
Clearly frustrated, Deirdre takes a big bite from one of Wayman's cookies and chases it with a protein shake, then points at the receipt with a big red sticky note on it.
I asked if you could explain this.
It is a receipt. My receipt. What are we talking about?
God, always daydreaming.
Gong Gong doesn't understand, but can sense the meeting's going poorly.
I was just hoping you could enlighten me on how, as a laundromat owner, a karaoke machine would constitute a business expense.
I am a singer.
What?
It's true. She has a beautiful voice. Sing a song for her.
Deirdre scoffs and shuffles through a pile of forms.
That won't be necessary, but I will need a separate schedule C for each of these businesses, because based on what you're trying to deduct, it looks like you're also a novelist, a chef.
But last time you told me.
Let me finish. A teacher, a singing coach. What is this? You can.
Frustrated, Evelyn fakes a smile toward Gong Gong, nodding along as she glances down into her shoes. She slips them off and switches them to the wrong feet. The next instructions reads, 2, close eyes. Imagine you are in the janitor's closet. Evelyn scoffs at the absurdity, but she closes her eyes. We see an image point of view of the closet door. The Bluetooth device in her ears vibrates and a green light blinks on. Evelyn sits up straight. The final instructions, 3, hold that thought and press the green button. P.S. Don't forget to breathe. Evelyn breathes in and presses the button. Like the sudden sensation of falling, Evelyn finds herself shooting past cubicle after cubicle until she stops abruptly inside the closet. Split screen, interior janitor's closet, cubicle, that moment. In a split screen, we see half of Evelyn is in a cluttered, dimly lit closet. The other half is still in the tax audit. She looks all around in both worlds. What just happened? Interior cubicle.
What is happening?
Deirdre looks up, clearly frustrated.
God, feels like I'm talking to my ex-husband. I already told you.
Interior janitor's closet. Someone grabs Evelyn and turns her around. It's Wayman.
Shh. Don't talk. Try to relax your body. Go into autopilot.
Interior cubicle. Evelyn tries an innocent smile towards her concerned husband. Deirdre continues to ramble. Interior janitor's closet, split screen, sideways.
They do not know I'm talking to you here yet. So hopefully I'll have some time to explain. I am not your husband, at least not the one you know. I'm another version of him from another life path, another universe. I'm here because we need your help.
I'm sorry. Very busy today. No time to help you.
Alpha Wayman covers Evelyn's mouth.
There is a great evil that has taken root in my world and has begun spreading its chaos throughout the many verses. I've spent many years searching for the one who might be able to match this great evil with an even greater good and bring back balance. All those years of searching have brought me here, to this universe, to you.
Evelyn takes a moment to digest this information.
I know it's a lot to take in right now, but I need you to...
Mrs. Wang, hello?
Interior cubicle. Alpha Wayman's voice fades away, and the split screen focuses on the tax meeting as Evelyn takes control of her body there.
Mrs. Wang, I'm sure you have a lot on your mind, but I cannot imagine anything mattering more than this conversation we are having right now concerning your tax liability. Need I remind you there is a lien on your property? Repossession is well within our rights.
I know. I am paying attention.
You think I'm stupid.
Maybe?
Wayman puts his hand on her lap. Deirdre is clearly frustrated. She gestures to a small shelf of trophies that say Auditor of the Month.
You see these? You don't get one of these unless you've seen a lot of shit. Pardon my French. You might only see a pile of boring forms and numbers, but I can see a story. With nothing but a stack of receipts, I can trace the ups and downs of your lives. I can see where this story's going. and it doesn't look good.
Sorry. My wife confuses her hobbies for businesses. An honest mistake.
Evelyn looks at her husband, hurt. He ignores her.
With this many honest mistakes, even if you aren't charged with fraud, we'll have to fine you for gross negligence.
You're always trying to confuse us with these words.
Didn't you say you'd bring your daughter to translate?
Hey, are you paying attention?
Interior janitor's janitor's closet. Evelyn's attention is back to the closet where Alpha Waymond is perturbed.
I cannot talk now unless you can help my taxes. What is gross necklaces?
Waymond grabs her by the shoulders and pulls her in.
I know you have a lot of things on your mind, but nothing could possibly matter more than this conversation we're having right now concerning the fate of every single word of our infinite multiverse. My dear Evelyn, I know you. With every passing moment, you fear that you might have missed your chance to make something of your life. Well, I'm here to tell you every rejection, every disappointment has led you here to this moment. Don't let anything distract you from it.
Evelyn turns towards these words like a flower to the sun. Interior cubicle split screen. Evelyn smiles.
Oh, so you think this is funny?
Evelyn, answer the woman.
Alpha. Waymond. Waymond?
I'm thinking.
Oh, so what will it be?
I'm thinking.
What kind of man has a woman leading the business? Is this how it's been?
Waymond sits up and begins talking to Deirdre during the following scene. Interior janitor's closet. A loud boom shakes the door. Someone is trying to get in.
Our time here is up. They're going to kill us.
What?
Evelyn defensively grabs a broomstick. Another boom.
Do not worry. This is just a burner universe we are using for communication.
A fist bursts through the door, grabbing his face.
You will know when it's time to fight. I will be in contact soon. Trust no one.
Shh. I think my other husband is messing up the audit.
Another fist bursts through. Both hands grab hold of his head and snap his neck. He falls over dead. The hands open the door. They belong to Deirdre, who now wears her own pair of earpieces and has a messy Sharpie circle scrawled across her forehead. She rips a metal pipe from the wall.
No.
Deirdre hits Evelyn across the face with a deadly clunk. As her head snaps to the side, a split screen swings away. Interior IRS 10th floor cubicle. Evelyn's head snaps to the side as she leaps to her feet.
No.
She opens her eyes and realizes she's still in the audit. Everyone in the office is looking at her.
Good Lord.
What happened?
Everything okay?
Yes, of course. Everything is very, very okay. But I think I forgot something at home.
Sit down.
Evelyn looks from Waymond to Gong Gong, terrified. She sits. Nobody notices as she the scribbled instructions fall from her pocket onto the ground. Deirdre crushes her protein shake bottle.
I have a feeling I'll regret this later, but you can go.
What? What did you say to her?
Probably something useless. Let me talk to her. Translate for me.
You have until I leave the office tonight to drop everything off. 6 p.m. Last chance.
Oh, tomorrow
Thank you.
is
6
better.
p.m. Thank you.
We have an important party.
Last chance.
Evelyn and Waymond exchange looks. Deirdre's stare never leaves Evelyn as she pushes Gong Gong away. Waymond spots the instructions on the floor. He picks them up, confused for a moment. His eyes go wide. Interior, IRS, 10th floor, moments later. Evelyn briskly pushes Gong Gong toward the elevator, periodically looking behind her as Waymond catches up.
Turn around. I may be old, but I still know how to negotiate.
Evelyn, wait, it's not what it looks like. I know why you are acting so strange.
What are you talking about?
Waymond holds up the divorce papers, but from Evelyn's perspective, she sees the written elevator instructions.
So, you know about this?
Of course. This came from me.
It's you? Like you who was in the elevator?
Yeah, I was in the elevator.
Come back next week.
What are you two bickering about?
Evelyn looks past Wayman to see Deirdre charging out of her cubicle in their directions. She's coming for them. Evelyn grabs the papers, throws them on the ground, then presses the elevator button.
I'm not ready to fight yet.
Maybe we don't have a choice.
Deirdre is getting closer. Evelyn presses the elevator button again and again.
Little girl, always running away, never finishing what you started.
His words cut to Evelyn's core. Evelyn looks up at her distorted reflection in the elevator door and then down to her fist as it tightens.
Father, you are wrong about me.
Meanwhile, Wayman picks up the divorce papers from the floor and sees the scribbles on the back.
Switch yours to what?
Evelyn pushes past Wayman and punches Deirdre in the face. Deirdre's body crumples on the ground. Evelyn looks at her fists, surprised at how much it hurt her hand.
What are you doing?
Deirdre cowers in fear with her hands over her head. People run over her to see what the commotion is about.
Help! Call security!
Why did you hit her?
You told me to do it.
Are you crazy?
You said I would know when it was the time to fight. She was coming after us.
Evelyn sees Deirdre as holding their tax files folder that they left behind.
You have no idea how much trouble you are in. Assaulting an IRS agent is you have no idea.
I was talking about us.
Wayman lifts up the crumpled divorce papers.
Dissolution of marriage?
Yes, I'm on the 10th floor. I don't know what they want. I don't even know if they're armed.
Who gave you those papers?
Nobody gave them to me.
Your brother gets divorced, and now you think divorce is okay?
I don't think it's okay.
We made a vow.
Evelyn, I know. I just wish you and I.
He lowers his head, fighting back tears. Then his head shoots back up and he speaks in English.
I told you to stay low and out of sight.
Evelyn hits him over and over.
Oh, now you're here. You're confusing me. Coming and going. Stop coming here.
The elevator door opens. It's filled with security guards.
That's her, the Chinese lady.
Oh, no, this is his fault.
Everyone remain calm. I need you two to lie down on the ground with your hands behind your heads.
Evelyn obediently lies down, but Alpha Wayman takes her Bluetooths and places them in his own ears.
Sir, please comply.
Alpha Waymond reaches into his pouch. The security guards all draw their weapons. He pulls out his chopsticks.
Whatever you're thinking about doing, don't do it.
He pops open the cap, twists it to full stick, and eats it whole.
Sir?
He chews and chews. The guards lower their guns, confused. The devices vibrate and glow green. He presses the button. His head snaps back as if kicked back by a shotgun. He flashes a devious smile to Evelyn as a security guard walks over and reaches to grab his arm. He unsnaps his fanny pack, which dangles from his fingers.
Okay, that's enough.
Alpha Waymond whips his fanny pack like a pair of nunchucks right in the guard's face. He recoils in pain. He deftly knocks each of the guns to the ground, whipping them in the face for good measure. The guards pull out the batons and circle him. It's a standoff. Alpha Waymond calmly lengthens the fanny pack to full length, promoting a nervous guard to cautiously take a step back. He reaches into the fishbowl on an adjacent office desk, pulls out a fist of little pebbles, then drops them into the unzipped fanny pack. They attack. Zip. He starts beating the living heck out of them with his heavy pack. He is incredible.
Holy shit.
He snaps the packs around one of their necks and punches them over and over again. He unsnaps, then whips the buckle up inside of their nostrils. He spins the pack, then yanks, sending the guard spiraling into the printer. The last wimpy guard runs for the stairs, leaving his semi-conscious co-workers groaning on the floor. Alpha Waymond turns to Evelyn.
On your feet.
Evelyn doesn't know what to do. An alarm begins to blare. Emergency lighting is triggered. Onlookers run for an exit.
What is happening? Are we getting divorced?
Wayman slaps her.
I'm not the Waymond who wants to divorce you. I'm the Waymond who is saving your life. Now, you can either come with me and live up to your ultimate potential or lie here and live with the consequences.
I want to lie here.
Frustrated, Alpha Wayman picks her up like a fireman. Alpha Wayman carries Evelyn past the janitor's closet. The door is closed and unharmed. Cut to Closet Universe Interior, IRS, 10th floor. The door is now opened and has a massive hole punched through it. Inside lay Closet Evelyn and Closet Wayman's bleeding bodies. Deirdre, with the black circle bagel on her forehead, addresses confused hostages lined up along the cubicle walls.
Citizens of the 4,655th Thetaverse, you are about to be graced by the presence of our sovereign leader, Jobu Tupaki.
Two small boots walk into frames, stumbling forward like a drunk person's. A gentle rumble builds with each step.
Let me assure you of one thing. Just like every other moment in your miserable lives, this is nothing more than a statistical inevitability.
A hand gently runs along the outer wall of the cubicle. Directly on the other side of the wall, push pins sporadically change position. Post-it notes change color and text. A family portrait subtly changes family members.
Jobu Tupaki has seen all and knows all. She knows what makes you tick, what fragile branches you rest your self-worth upon.
Jobu points a finger at Deirdre. Their face is hidden behind an elaborate mask.
Shut up, Deidre. Nobody likes you.
Deirdre chokes on her words, then breaks down in tears. With her hands on her face, she leaps off the balcony. Thud. The hostages shriek.
Duck. Duck. Duck.
Jobu walks down the line, not quite touching any of them on the head, then stops at Evelyn.
Goose.
They reach out to touch Closet Evelyn, not quite dead after all. The low rumble builds, her eyes go wide. Rapid montage of close-ups. We see Evelyn in a series of random universes. She is lying in a field. On a hospital gurney, she is a scarecrow, a surgeon. Bees are coming out of her mouth. The universes escalate, almost to insanity. Pop! Closet Evelyn now wears a little baby outfit. Jobu is tickling her. Evelyn is very ticklish.
It's funny. You would think, on the verge of death, the brain would turn off the reflex that makes you ticklish.
Closet Evelyn thrashes and laughs, spitting up blood.
And yet here you are, blood pressure rising, muscles contracting, pushing out more and more of your precious life source. In a way, this is nice. How often do people literally die laughing?
Closet Evelyn dies. Jobu Tupaki uses her bib to wipe the blood off their hands. Jobu shakes their head in disappointment. A hostage begins to cry loudly.
Shh, it's not her, but they might be close.
Jobu Tupaki hears a distant sound. Chad cowers in fear. Jobu listens more intently before rotating their head. Click, 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 like a radio tuner. We wind through different universes, never seeing their faces. Click. They're driving a bus into oncoming traffic. Click. They're on the Wall Street as a stock market crashes. Click. They're tagging a wall with graffiti. The fuzzy radio signal suddenly clears up. It's TV news. Interior dive bar afternoon. Click. Jobu sits in a dive bar nursing a beer, sporting a hoodie. They watch people exiting the IRS building on TV.
There is no word yet on who was behind the attack or what their motives might have been. Ugh, I'm so sick of all this bad news.
We reveal that Jobu is sitting next to Becky. Jobu abruptly stands up and marches toward the door.
Babe, what's up?
As Jobu opens the door, the light reveals it's Joy. Jobu Tupaki has taken over. She leaves and the camera lingers on the IRS building on the TV. Interior IRS, 10th floor later. Alpha Wayman is pulling Evelyn along through the hallway. They pass small groups of frantic civilians running to safety.
My husband won't even kill a spider. How are you the same person?
You underestimate how the smallest decisions can compound into significant differences over a lifetime. Every tiny decision creates another branching universe. Another. Were you not paying attention before?
Of course, but you're very bad at explaining.
Wayman spots a couple guards up ahead and yanks Evelyn into an office, shutting the door behind them. Interior IRS floor, office continuous.
Wait, oh my God, we have to go back. We left my father.
Don't worry, we're monitoring him. He's safe.
Flash IRS break room. Gong Gong is finishing his third pudding snack. Back in the office, Alpha Wayman pulls up a map with thousands of green circles on his cell phone. In the center of the flat is a flashing white dot. They speak in hushed whispers.
This is you. This is your universe. One bubble floating in the cosmic foam of existence. Every surrounding bubble has slight variations, but the further away you get from your universe, the bigger the differences.
A universe where I am finished with my taxes?
We're talking about infinity. If you can imagine it, somewhere out there it exists.
A universe where I don't have any taxes?
Sure.
Wayman zooms out on the map to show another flashing white dot far from this universe.
This is where I am from.
Alpha Wayman blinks, and we match cut him in the Alpha universe interior laundry RV control room. In a chair with an array of wires and cables flowing from every angle sits Alpha Wayman. Alpha officers operate various pieces of equipment. One part CIA surveillance truck, one part condemned Radio Shack, and one part laundry delivery.
The Alphaverse, the first universe to make contact with the others. You can call me Alpha Wayman. In this world, you are a brilliant woman, but most people thought you were crazy.
Alpha Wayman looks over at a shrine for Evelyn in the corner. There are some candles, an ornate urn, and a portrait of Evelyn in glass, and a turtleneck.
In your search to prove the existence of other universes, you discovered a way to temporarily link your consciousness with another version of yourself, accessing all of their memories, their skills, and even their emotions.
Interior IRS 10th floor office, present universe.
Like the janitor's closet, like you right now.
Exactly. It's called verse jumping. I need you to pay attention because you need to learn how to do it right now.
Right now?
It may be our only chance of getting out of here alive.
Evelyn is suddenly overcome with nausea. Alpha Wayman finds a piece of chewed up gum stuck under the desk and pops it in his mouth before pressing his Bluetooth. This doesn't help Evelyn's nausea.
2 guards coming this way. On my signal, try to blend in.
Oh, no, this is crazy. Why can't your Evelyn do this?
My Evelyn is dead.
Evelyn throws up a little in her mouth.
Go. Oh my God, what is happening?
Interior IRS 10th floor continuous. Wayman swings open the office door. A group of frantic civilians run past. Wayman grabs Evelyn, still screaming, and joins the group. 2 armed guards approach the group, opening office doors. Evelyn and Wayman run right past them. As soon as the guards pass out of sight, Wayman stops screaming and pulls Evelyn into the stairwell. Interior IRS stairwell. Evelyn and Wayman stand with their backs against the door, inches away from each other.
How did I die?
I've seen you die 1,000 ways, in 1,000 worlds. In every single one, you were murdered.
Alpha Wayman heads down the stairs.
Wait, who wants me dead?
An evil, omniversal being with an unimaginable power. An agent of pure chaos with no real motives or desires. Jobu Tupaki.
Oh, you're just making up words.
Wayman puts his hand on her lips. A few floors below, they catch a glimpse of police heading up towards them. They head back up the stairs.
We need another exit.
Wait, why is Joey hunting me?
Jobu Tupaki. Because she knows, no matter how powerful she is, no matter how unlikely it is, in an infinite number of universes, there has to be at least one where someone can stop her.
Interior IRS 8th floor corridor.
Let her destroy the other bubbles. You say there is a lot of them. Maybe it's okay if we lose some. Just leave me out of it.
Alpha Wayman gets serious.
It's not so simple. She's been building something. We don't know exactly what it is. We don't know what it's for, but we can all feel it. You've been feeling it too, haven't you? Something is off. Your clothes never wear as well as the next day. Your hair never falls in quite the same way. Even your coffee tastes wrong. Our institutions are crumbling. Nobody trusts their neighbor anymore. And you stay up at night wondering to yourself that,
how can we go back?
Oh, Evelyn is completely taken in by Alpha Wayman's speech.
this is the Alpha versus mission, to take us back to how it's supposed to be. But that begins with finding the one who can stand up to Jobu's perverse shroud of chaos, one who believes in truth and order.
And you think that's me?
Why else would we risk everything to get you out of here?
The color drains from her face. He pulls her into an office space to reveal interior IRS 8th floor cubicles.
There you are.
Oh, Miss Deidre, look, I think I finally understand.
Deirdre is wearing her own modified Bluetooth headsets. She picks up a Post-it note and staples it to her forehead. We see that her hands are red. Blood. The headsets turn green.
What's she doing?
Burst jumping, run!
Deirdre slams the stairwell door shut. Evelyn and Alpha Wayman run. They spot dead bodies around the room. Deirdre presses a button. Her head cocks back. She opens her eyes and flips a table with incredible strength. As they flee, the camera pushes into Wayman's head. Alpha Universe interior laundry RV control room.
She jumped somewhere. Brute force. Sumo wrestler? Bodybuilder?
Doesn't matter. Counter with someone agile.
An on-screen interface rapidly scans a cluster of circles representing other universes. A few begin to blink.
Do on your perimeter. We've got a break dancer, mime, gymnast.
Give me gymnast, go!
Calculating route.
On screen, we see rapid flashing images of gymnasts, then flashing paths through circles. Finally, a path solidifies. Route found.
Paper cuts. 4 of them. 1 between each finger.
Interior IRS 8th floor. Wayman rips some paper from a bulletin board and starts trying to slice paper cuts. While running, it's not working.
Paper cuts only happen when you aren't trying. It's impossible.
Probability of 1 in 8,000. It's the strongest jumping pad we've got.
Frustrated, Alpha and Wayman gets down on one knee to focus.
What are you doing?
Slice. 1 down. Deirdre is closing in on them. Slice. 2 down. Slice. 3 down. Evelyn leaves him behind and runs. Slice. That's 4. The Bluetooth turns green. He is about to press a button. Deirdre catches his hand with effortless strength. She lifts him up in the air and spins him over her head like a pro wrestler. His headsets fly out of his ears. Alpha Universe interior laundry RV control room.
Is that pro wrestling?
She's going for the backbreaker.
Interior IRS 8th floor. Deirdre lifts him up to drop her on her knee, but Alpha Wayman grabs an exit sign and holds it on as Deirdre tries to tug him away. The exit sign rips from the ceiling. Just as Deirdre drops him, Alpha Wayman slips the sign between his spine and her knee. The exit sign shatters. It's painful as hell for both of them, but at least Alpha Wayman's spine is intact. As Alpha Wayman painfully begins to retreat, Deirdre runs at him and drop kicks him in the chest with both legs, knocking him back down the nearby stairwell. Deirdre shuts the door and shoves large filing cabinets to block it. Across the room, Evelyn hides under a desk. Into Alphaverse interior laundry RV control room.
She's got to run.
No, she can jump. Somewhere she can fight.
She's not ready. A jump like that will fry most people's brains.
She's not most people.
Interior IRS 8th floor stairwell hallway. Alpha Wayman pushes past the cabinets. They won't budge. He's weak again, like regular Wayman. Interior IRS 8th floor. Evelyn's phone vibrates. Wayman is calling.
Evelyn, can you hear me? You're going to have to verse jump.
She spots the 2 Bluetooths on the floor. She picks them up and places them in her ears.
Okay, what do I do?
Concentrate on a universe in which you studied martial arts.
Just because I'm Chinese doesn't mean I do
Just
kung
do it!
Evelyn closes her eyes. Alphaverse interior laundry RV control room. On-screen images flash, kung fu masters, a crying baby, a deer in the headlights, etc. Alpha Officer 2.
I'm looking in. Ready in 3, 2, 1.
Calculating route. Blinks on screen. Interior IRS 8th floor. Deirdre stalks the cubicles looking for Evelyn.
You have to profess your love to Deirdre.
No way.
It's like eating the chapstick or switching your shoes.
Alphaverse interior laundry RV control room. On the screen, we see a center universe marked point A, current universe. Far away is a highlighted universe marked point C, fighterverse. Along the highlighted route is point B between them, the universe where Evelyn professes her love to her attacker.
It takes an immense amount of mental energy to jump to further universes. You developed an algorithm that calculates which statistically improbable action will place you in a universe on the edge of your local cluster, giving you the momentum needed to reach your desired counterpart. It's your jumping pad.
Yeah, I need it. Interior 8th floor, IRS 8th.
Freezing a little bit, so Evelyn frantically crawls through the cubicles as Deidre stalks her like a mentor in its maze.
Oh, that doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. The less sense it makes, the better. This stochastic path algorithm is fueled by random actions. Tell her you love her and mean it.
Are there any other jumping pads?
The next best paths are break your own arm or take a nap. You're not sleepy, are you?
Suddenly, Deirdre's foot steps right in front of Evelyn's face. She looks up at Deirdre in terror.
I love you?
The earpiece blinks yellow. Evelyn pushes the button.
Wait.
Her mind launches out the building as we land. Taxes universe, interior laundry RV, split screen. Evelyn and Wayman sit in the RV. Evelyn spots the divorce papers in her lap. This isn't the universe she wanted to jump to.
Oh, no.
Flash. We see the moment in the elevator where the Alpha Wayman first contacted her. Only this time, Evelyn refuses to take the umbrella and Alpha Wayman gives up. In Alpha Universe interior laundry RV control room.
She's in a local divergent universe.
She's gone home to finish her taxes.
Interior IRS floor split screen. Evelyn panics and tries to punch Deirdre. Deirdre easily catches her wrists and twists it. Evelyn screams in pain. Deirdre laughs and slaps over and over. In Taxes universe, interior laundry RV split screen. Evelyn's face is red with pain. Waymond is shy and scared.
I'm not trying to hurt you, Byron. Byron from church said he and his wife were miserable until they discussed divorce, and talking it out actually helped.
This doesn't make any sense.
Think about it. Unless it's an emergency, whenever I try to talk to you, you always get pulled away.
An arm grabs Evelyn's arm and pulls her away. Interior, IRS, 8th floor. Deidre grapples Evelyn in a spectacular finishing move, sending her through a cubicle wall. The Bluetooth light goes out. She's disconnected. Evelyn spots the cabinets. Alpha Wayman is trapped behind. She runs and starts tugging the cabinet out of the way.
I'm sorry, Evelyn. I gotta go.
What?
Alpha Waymond has his hand pressured against the cabinets gently.
I need to find the right Evelyn. And this one, it's not the one.
Wait, no. Let me try again.
Evelyn pushes the cabinet away and squeezes through. Waymond looks utterly confused.
Evelyn, what's going on?
Alpha Waymond is gone. Evelyn pushes Waymond back through some doors and shuts the door tight behind them. Interior IRS stairwell.
Evelyn, your face.
Evelyn's nose is bleeding and her face is battered.
You left me. You just left me.
What? I'm still here. Do you mean the divorce?
The reminder of the divorce causes great dissonance in her mind. Her Bluetooth malfunctions and flashes green. Taxes Universe, exterior laundromat. Evelyn and Wayman sit at the RV.
I wanted to start off the year on a new foot, the new year on a new foot, but maybe you're right. Maybe we would have been better off if we had never gotten married.
I never said that.
You didn't have to. It's the way you look at me.
Raymond.
The car door is ripped off. Interior stairwell. The door is ripped off from its hinges to reveal a sweaty, angry Deirdre. Evelyn panics.
I love you.
What?
I love you. Get out of the way. I love you. I love you.
Her Bluetooth turns yellow. Evelyn grabs Wayman's hand and they run down the stairwells and Deirdre laughs. Evelyn turns to see Deirdre leap off the top step and straight into the air right towards her. Evelyn falls on her knees and finally gives in.
I love you.
The Bluetooth turns green. She presses the button. A shot goes through her brain just as Deirdre's knee is about to hit Evelyn's nose. Time slows down to a crawl. The camera patiently pushes into Evelyn's head through countless universes, then stops. Movie star universe, interior limousine. Evelyn lounges in her limo, dressed in a lovely gown. She gasps as she rapidly downloads memories. We go through memories like a train going through a tunnel. Exterior, Hong Kong alley, 1980s. Evelyn and Wayman in their early 20s on the porch.
Can't you see it? How wonderful it would be if you came with me.
The screen fractures like a prism, and we see two options. One universe where Evelyn drives away in the taxi with him, and one where she stays with her family. We follow the universe in which Evelyn stays. Exterior, Hong Kong street night. Evelyn is walking alone, crying softly to herself. A mugger grabs her purse and knocks her to the ground. Moments later, her purse drops back down beside her. She looks up to see a regal woman in traditional attire. Classic Kung Fu master. She has beaten up a mugger. Exterior woods, classic training montage moments. Evelyn carries 2 buckets of water up and down a mountain, doing pinky push-ups, breaking clay pots with her fists. In a quick series of moments, Kung Fu master playfully keeps a cookie away from Evelyn. This is her toughest challenge. She never quite gets it.
Kung Fu is not just about combat. It is the mastery of any discipline. Even this cookie can be Kung Fu.
Interior, Evelyn
Kung Fu competition. Evelyn executes a perfect kick to her opponent's face. She is being honored with a medal. She looks at her master with great pride. Her master bows her head. A Hollywood manager with a cigar seems very impressed. Montage of Evelyn working with her Kung Fu master on a film set. Then another one and another one. Movie star universe, interior limousine. She's back. She looks across the limo at her master like she's never seen her before. She pulls out a cookie from her pocket, and Evelyn instinctively grabs it, and they do a poetic Kung Fu dance as she marvels at her own hand's abilities. Evelyn almost grabs the end of the cookie, but fails. The master smiles. It's a sweet moment.
Though we are far from our humble beginnings, you must never forget why you learned Kung Fu. I am proud.
The camera pushes back into her head.
Interior IRS stairwell, original universe. Not even a second has passed. A single tear is suspended from her eye. Evelyn's fists close tightly and she inhales. Time resumes like a slap to the face. In one fluid motion, Evelyn sidesteps the knee, grabs hold of Deirdre's arm midair, and slams her to the ground. Evelyn looks at her hands. It worked. Deirdre attempts to grapple her, but Evelyn easily dodges her advance and sends Deirdre tumbling down the stairs. Her head crashes through the drywall and she goes limp. Evelyn disconnects. Wayman runs over and lifts her up.
How are you crying?
It's all my life. Without you, I wish you could have seen it.
Continue.
Wayman
is drawn in.
It was beautiful. I should have listened to Baba all of those years ago.
Wayman looks at her with a pained confusion. He begins to say something, but Alpha Wayman returns. He grabs her hand and begins to walk away from Deirdre's limp body.
We better keep moving. Now you've definitely got Jobu's attention.
Interior IRS conference room. Alpha Wayman leads Evelyn into a conference
Room with
Sure.
half-eaten catered bagels and fruit strewn across the table. Wayman collects napkins and ice to tend to their wounds.
Stay calm.
Miss-
Your brain is under an incredible amount of stress.
Wait, let me finish talking with my husband.
Shh. You're not thinking straight.
No, he needs to know how good my life could have been.
Evelyn hears voices, the Bluetooth glitches, flashing lights hit her face. We hear roaring crowds. Movie star universe, interior limousine, the limo door to reveal she is at a movie premiere, the red carpet, the screaming fans, the flashing lights. It's beautiful.
Evelyn.
A
Evelyn!
hand slaps her face. Interior IRS conference room, original universe. Alpha Raymond slapped her in the face.
Are you with me?
I thought I was disconnected. Why am I still there?
Alpha Wayman shows her the map of her mind. There are 3 new green circles for each universe she has jumped to.
Your mind. It's like a clay pot holding water. Every jump opens another crack, causing things to leak through. With training, you will learn to reseal these cracks. Eat. You need energy.
Alpha Wayman hands her a plate of half-eaten food. He takes a massive bite from a bagel with cream cheese. His eyes close in ecstasy.
Cream cheese. Oh, in my universe, the cattle were killed off. One of the many things we've lost in our war against Jobu.
He begins chugging a carton of half and half.
What if I want to go back to the other universe?
Alpha Wayman begins shaking her furiously.
Shut it down. Shut it down. Are you with me? Come back.
I'm with you, okay? I'm with you.
He checks the map. Evelyn is stable.
Listen, you are only using the other worlds to acquire special skills. Do you understand? If you fall for their temptations, you invite contradiction, chaos. The clay pot could shatter and you could die, or far worse.
What is worse than death?
We should keep moving until reinforcements arrive.
No, I don't have time for your clay pots. Explain it to me now.
She puts her foot down. Alpha Wayman sighs.
You're right. In the Alphaverse, we began training many minds to verse jump. Imagine what we could have done with the collective knowledge of all these worlds. Cured diseases, ended war. But there was one who was far and above the most gifted, our little explorer. You saw her potential, so you pushed her beyond her limit.
This strikes a nerve with Evelyn. Alphaverse interior bunker flashback. We see Joy hooked up to various devices. She verse jumps over and over again as Evelyn looks on.
Though the overloaded mind usually dies, her mind was fractured, shattering the filter that upholds the illusion that we exist in one linear reality.
The machine breaks and Joy's eyes turn an airy black. Various universes, Jobu Tapaki's walk. Jobu walks down a deserted dystopian road, dead bodies, smoking cars, a distant burning city. Then with every step, we hear in different universe, a mother walking down a grocery aisle, an axe murderer stalking her next victim, a celestial goddess walking through a temple.
Now her mind experiences every world, every possibility at the same exact time, commanding the infinite knowledge and power of the multiverse.
Exterior IRS building, Jobu stops walking. She's outside in their universe. Cut back to interior IRS conference room.
Jobubi.
Jobu, Tupaki. Now she's seen too much, lost any sense of morality, any belief in objective truth, and no one has been able to stop her until now.
Alpha Wayman leads Evelyn out. Evelyn hesitates.
But you said I was the wrong one.
What you did back there, it changed my mind. You were incredible.
Evelyn glows. She hears the cheering crowd from the premiere again. Alpha Wayman exits the room as he explains, but as Evelyn follows, She sees cheering fans. She shakes her head, but the cheering just gets louder. She can't help but be pulled in. Movie star universe, interior movie theater. She is back on the red carpet, soaking in the limelight. Then she spots someone in the crowd, Waymond. Everything goes quiet. Waymond looks different, smartly dressed, confident in his stride. Their eyes lock, time slows. Cue romantic music.
Waymond.
We reveal her locket around her neck has an old photo of Waymond. A deep longing fills her soul as she walks off the carpet towards him. She pushes her way through the crowd. Everyone is staring at them.
Wait, you go,
They both shut up and stare at the floor. They laugh.
I saw your face on a billboard and this is silly. I wondered if you remembered me.
Of course. But you look so good. Is that a knockoff?
It's definitely real.
But you should be in America and very poor. How?
I guess I got lucky.
This dissonance hurts her brain. A hand grabs Evelyn's shoulder. It's her master. Evelyn waves him away. And the master says, "No time for distractions." He grabs her wrist to tug her away. Evelyn resists, but realizes her hands are now in handcuffs.
Evelyn, come back.
Interior IRS 9th floor original universe. Evelyn is being detained by a police officer while a small team of police struggle with Alpha Raymond. They are now in a hallway by a freight elevator.
Evelyn, jump to another combat universe. Try peeing yourself. It's always a good jumping pad.
Wham! An officer knocks Alpha out cold with their gun.
What? Oh, Waymond, come back.
No response. Evelyn doesn't know what to do. She spots another officer escorting a shell-shocked Deidre towards the elevator. Deidre yanks a staple out of her forehead.
What did you do to me?
I didn't do that.
Sir, we have movement on the elevator. Did you request backup?
The elevator number slowly ascends to their floor. Crap! These new recruits don't know how to stay put. We've detained the assailants. Backup was not requested. Y'all wasted a trip. Copy? The officers all share a laugh. No response on the walkie. I said, do you copy? Alphaverse, interior laundry RV control room. Alpha Waymond watches the screens in horror.
Run, Evelyn. Come on, run.
Interior IRS 10th floor, original universe. The officers ominously watch the elevator reach their floor. Ding! The doors open. Through pink smoke stands a woman in Vegas-style Elvis jumpsuit. A cigarette hangs from her mouth, and she is accompanied by a pig on a leash. It's Joy. No, it's Jobu Tapaki. She exhales more pink smoke.
Joy, why do you look so stupid?
Jobu wobbles and sways out of the elevator led by her pig. Miss, you can't be up here. Officer number 2 stands in her way. She takes one last drag from her cigarette, then puts it out right on his badge.
Is it that I can't be here or that I'm not allowed to be here?
You show them some respect.
Jobu places her foot on the officer's shoe and taps it.
Because you see, I can physically be here. So what you're meant to say is you're not allowing me to be here.
Jobu Tapaki laughs in his face and begins to walk by him. All right, put your hands behind your head. Officer number 2 pulls out a pair of handcuffs.
You're going to make me walk through you?
No, ma'am, I can't let you do that.
Again, with the can't. I don't think you understand the meaning of that word.
She reaches out and touches him on the nose. Rumble. He tries to speak, but confetti pours out. Pop! He explodes into confetti. Everyone screams. Jobu walks towards Evelyn.
You see, I can walk through you.
Evelyn's brain is broken. What did her daughter just do?
Officer down! Take her out!
A gun is pushed against the back of Jobu's head. Jobu turns, shoves the gun in her mouth, and takes a deep drag like a bong while he uselessly pulls the trigger. She spins him. Rumble, pop. They are now dressed as salsa dancers and they begin to dance. The others open fire as he becomes her human shield, riddled with bullets. Blood splattering the walls, she tosses him into other officers. Handcuffed Evelyn awkwardly grabs Wayman's unconscious body and drags him away. Deidre hides behind a corner. Jobu jumps on another officer, rumble pop. They are now luchador fighters. He is in midair, upside down. She pile drives his neck. Jobu tumbles until she is face to face with Evelyn. She winks at her, then bang, Jobu's chest explodes with blood. Splattering Evelyn's face, we reveal a guard behind her holding a smoking gun. Jobu stumbles forward, clutching her chest. Evelyn is horrified.
Don't worry, Evelyn.
She reveals she's holding a bottle of ketchup, no wound.
It's organic.
The officer drops his gun and charges Jobu with his baton. She catches it and it becomes a veiny dildo. Jobu violently beats the officer with the dildo, finally knocking him unconscious.
Oh my God, it's you.
Slow motion. Jobu looks up at her mother, still holding the undulating dildo. Evelyn is horrified.
You're Juju Tubuti.
It's Jobu Tubaki, and consider yourself blessed to be in her presence.
Bego Deidre steps out and bows her head before Jobu, who has transformed her body, bloody clothes, into clean golfing attire.
The great evil that Waymond was talking about is in my joy.
Do not mistake what you see from your limited perspective as evil. Decree 241, Rule 6. There is no good, there is no evil, there is only Gooville.
Shut up. Her name is Joy, a beautiful name. This is just make-up sounds.
That's exactly right, Evelyn.
Oh, stop calling me that. I am your mother.
Alphaverse interior, laundry RV control room. Alpha Raymond is trying to wake up in his IRS building.
Don't engage. She can't be reasoned with.
Interior, 9th floor, original universe. Evelyn's mind is going a mile a minute. She gasps.
It's you. It's been you this whole time. You are the reason my daughter doesn't call anymore. Why she dropped out of college, gets tattoos. You are why she thinks she's gay.
I'm sorry. You're still hung up on the fact that I like girls in this world? The universe is so much bigger than you realize, Evelyn. I fucked everything.
Oh, watch your language.
She struggles to get away, but Jobu continues to stalk her.
You fucked everything too. Girls, dogs, cars.
She pulls up a picture frame off the wall, and with a rumble pop, 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 we see the photo in the frame change to photos of Evelyn lovingly with Deidre, a dog, and a car.
Never.
Decree 3707, Rule 34. If you can imagine it, you have fucked it.
I mean, in this very moment, there is a world where you and your auditor over here are deeply in love.
The pictures flicker and show Deidre and Evelyn on vacation, walking their cat on a leash, etc. Evelyn looks from the photos to Deidre, who nods menacingly.
You miss her when she's gone. You love the way she smells, her obsessions with CrossFit and bird watching.
Impossible.
Do not be so closed-minded that you blind yourself from the truth.
I'm not closed-minded. I just don't like you. Nobody likes you, Deidre.
Your insults mean nothing in the grand scheme of the cosmos.
Deidre begins to cry. She beats her chest and slaps herself.
Come on, Deirdre, come on. We're together. We worked on this.
Deidre runs off crying down the hallway. Jobu sighs.
Look, I'll be out of this universe in a jiffy. I'm just popping in to check on a little something.
Jobu reaches her hand toward Evelyn, who defensively strikes a fighting pose. A deep rumble begins to rise.
Don't make me fight you. I am really, really good.
Evelyn closes her eyes to concentrate, but she can't. Flash, movie star universe. Evelyn is being ushered through adoring fans, flashing photographers, a dancing popcorn and hot dog on a poster. Flash, taxes universe. Evelyn is trying to work on her taxes. She sees a picture on the wall of Joy as a child next to a child's drawing of a man with wiggly warm fingers. Alphaverse, interior laundry RV, on screen image flash, a clenched fist, hot dogs, Joy's portrait, Joe's childhood drawing, back to the fist, etc.
No, Evelyn, you're not locked in.
Back to the IRS, Evelyn backs up against the wall. Jobu looks down to notice Evelyn has peed her pants. Her Bluetooth flickers yellow and green. Jobu nods, impressed. Evelyn presses the Bluetooth. Her head cocks back. Both her hands go limp as if they've just been pulled off anesthesia. Her handcuffs slide down to the floor. She tries to punch Jobu, but her floppy fingers just bounce off her face. Alphaverse, interior laundry RV room, control room.
Where did she jump?
She's off the darn map.
Hot dog universe, interior laundromat. Evelyn is back in her laundromat, but Deidre is standing next to her watching TV instead of Waymond. On the TV, they are watching the same old musical from this morning, only the lovers both have hot dogs for fingers. They begin to circle each other, slapping their thighs in a bizarre love ritual as the music swells. Deidre sighs and wipes a tear from the hot dog finger.
Oh, honey, isn't it beautiful?
Evelyn looks down at her own hot dog hands and shrieks. Alphaverse, interior laundry RV control room.
She appears to be in a universe where everyone has hot dogs instead of fingers.
An evolutionary branch in the anatomy of the human race. Exterior rocky desert, a la 2001 A Space Odyssey. A monkey with a hot dog's fingers murders a normal fingered monkey with her hot dogs. Other monkeys whoop and scream. A jump like that would fry most people.
Like I said, she's not most people.
A normal fingered monkey's outstretched hand falls limp, but still has bones. Interior IRS 9th floor hallway. Evelyn stumbles against the door. She tries to grab the handle, but her fingers are useless, and she just crumples to the floor.
Oh, this is crazy.
Hey, you're starting to get it.
Hot dog universe, interior laundromat. On the TV, the hot dog couple move into the final phase of their love ritual. They place their hot dog fingers in each other's mouths. A red and yellow substance that looks like ketchup and mustard oozes down their lips. It's beautiful. Interior IRS 9th floor hallway, original universe.
It's wrong. So wrong.
No. There's no wrong. There's no right. Only wrongs. No Coke, no Pepsi, only Pokesy. It all just tastes the same. Here, let me help you open up your mind.
With her hands together, Joby opens her fingers like Spock.
Slide your hands between mine.
She reaches her hands out to Evelyn, who is too dazed to resist. We hear the familiar ominous rumble.
Open up. Take a peek.
Evelyn grimaces as she realizes this is the infamous playground hand-vagina trick in which young boys approximate the appearance of a vagina. Evelyn reluctantly opens her hands and peeks inside. The rumble is a deafening storm. Her eyes go wide. Between her fingers, a large white room with a dark swirling mass, like a churning black hole that resembles a bagel.
What is it?
Bagel. I got bored one day, so I put everything on a bagel. All of my hopes, my dreams, my old report cards, every breed of dog, every last personal ad on Craigslist, sesame, poppy seed, salt. And it collapsed in on itself, because when you really put everything on a bagel, it becomes this. The truth.
A strange peace comes over Evelyn's face.
What's the truth?
Nothing matters.
No. Joy, you don't believe that.
Feels nice, doesn't it? I mean, if nothing matters, then all the pain and guilt you have for making a nothing out of your life, it goes away too. Sucked into a bagel.
Evelyn tries to resist, but her eyes begin to turn black. Slam! A blur of skin and metal sends Jobu Tupaki smashing through the wall. The rumbling stops and Evelyn snaps out of the spell. Evelyn looks up to see Gong Gong skid to a stop in a motorized wheelchair, tricked out with equipment from around the office. It's Alpha Gong Gong.
Father?
I am not your father, at least not the one you know. I am.
God, you too?
Alpha Gong Gong removes his shoe and uses it like smelling salts to wake up Waymond.
Wow, what are you doing here, sir?
We need to go. All three hurry down the hallway. Joe Butapaki stumbles out from a smashed hole in the wall, unfazed. It's not a little annoyed. She lifts her head to tune into an unheard frequency. Click, she leaves. Interior 9th floor, executive office. Moments later, Gong Gong slams the door shut.
Sir, I have this under control.
Evelyn tries to focus onto their conversation, but her mind is all over the place. She looks drunk. Alpha Gong Gong zips around the room, barricading the doors with furniture. They speak in hushed whispers. She was nowhere near ready. Once again, you deliberately disobeyed me and caused another mind to be compromised. You know what we have to do now.
Sir, no, please. She's unlike anything we've seen. She could finally stop Joby Tupaki.
You mean the monster that is in my daughter? Why didn't you tell me that from the beginning?
I was waiting for the right time.
She's using my beautiful joy to kill people.
That's why you will stop her.
Alpha Gong Gong scoffs at the idea.
But how? Did you see her dance that man to death? There's no way I'm the Evelyn you are looking for.
No, I see it so clearly.
See what? I'm not good at anything.
Exactly. I've seen thousands of Evelyns, but never an Evelyn like you. You have so many goals you never finished, dreams you never followed. You're living your worst you.
I can't be the worst. What about the hot dog one?
No, everyone here agrees this one's worse. Can't you see that every failure here branched off into a success for another Evelyn in another life? Most people only have a few significant alternate life paths so close to them. But you, here, you're capable of anything because you're so bad at everything.
Evelyn isn't sure if she's flattered or insulted. She grabs the Alpha Waymond and to steady herself. What good is all this power if her mind is already scrubbing to the chaos? There's a knock at the door. They go quiet.
Hello? Hello?
They all freeze up.
Mom? Dad? What's going on?
This is just one of her tricks. Evelyn backs away from the door. Alpha Waymond confers with his team via Bluetooth.
Sir, our readings indicate it's not Jobu. But if she's not here, then where?
Oh no. Alphaverse, interior laundry RV control room. In the middle of the road is a lone figure, Jobu. Alpha Gong Gong video conferences in from another base. Do not engage. Run, run. Alpha Waymond can tell he won't have a choice. Alarms flash as the RV violently swerves. Interior IRS 9th floor executive office. Moments later, Alpha Waymond turns to Alpha Gong Gong.
Watch these two here while I deal with Jobu.
I'm not risking the safety of the Alphaverse for this. Alpha Gong Gong drops his head and begins snoring.
Get us as far away from Joy as you can. I'll be back, I promise.
He hangs his head and snaps back to normal Waymond.
Hello? I can hear you guys talking in there. Where are we?
Waymond pushes the furniture away and opens the door. Joy steps in, scrolling through her missed calls and messages.
Joy, why are you here?
I have no fucking clue.
Gentle language. I'm sure there is a very good explanation for all of this. Wow. Very cool clothes.
Evelyn shoves Joy into an office chair and begins frantically taping her up with packing tape.
What the fuck, Mom?
Evelyn, stop that.
It's for our protection. Our daughter's mind has been taken over by Joy Booby Tobaki. Possessed. Alpha, you and Alpha Gong want me to fight her, but she is too powerful.
Wayman puts his hands on her shoulders to calm her.
What are you talking about?
Are we like all having a stroke?
You can't remember anything because your bodies were under the control of other universes.
Oh, well, that explains it.
You were like puppets, and you could do things you normally can't do, but you were like, oh, what's that movie? Oh, Rakakuni.
What?
You know, Rakakuni, the cartoon. We watched it for your birthday in middle school with the cook. He makes bad food, but then the raccoon sits on his head and controls him, and then he makes good food.
In spite of everything that is happening, Joy laughs.
she means Ratatouille?
Ratatouille. Very
No.
good movie.
No, it's Rakakuni, like raccoon. Ratatouille is not a word.
There is a there is a raccoon me and a raccoon Joy, and they are controlling us.
From other universes. Yes.
Joy and Wayman can't stop laughing. Evelyn, suddenly self-aware, drops the tape. She can't help but laugh a little too. Evelyn! Evelyn turns to see that her father is awake. She goes to him. Joy's phone begins to ring. It's Becky. Despite the tape, she is able to answer the phone while Wayman tries to free her. Quickly, while she's distracted. Gong covertly places a box cutter knife in Evelyn's hand. It's Alpha Gong. Evelyn mouths, "What?" and pushes the knife back. This is just protocol, giving her one less universe to access. Evelyn shakes her head no. How can you defeat her in every universe if you can't kill her in this one?
She's your own granddaughter.
He places the knife in her hand. Evelyn feels the weight of the weapon. It's a sacrifice necessary to win this war. I know all too well. Flashback, Jobu killing all of the policemen, where Jobu's voice.
Nothing matters.
Oh, and on that note about nothing mattering or not, we went past our break. I was not keeping an eye of the page numbers, so we will be taking an intermission right now, and nothing matters. So see you guys back in 5-ish minutes on the 50.
Fakey, you're doing so good. Well, you're doing so well. I should specify. Be grammatically correct. Fakey.
Yes, you are, and yes is everyone. I didn't do it. I didn't continue the rest of that sentence.
No, you're good. So, random fun thing that happened for anybody up in Canada that I thought might get a kick out of this. So we have to type in, I work in reservations, and people who are not terribly familiar with Canadian anything, when they have to type it in, every so often stuff gets really weird. We had somebody who typed in Ottawa as Ottoman the other day. Hands down funniest though. You guys are familiar with Winnipeg. I'm familiar with Winnipeg. I know how to spell Winnipeg. Somebody actually wrote when a pig, as in like when a pig goes to do something. WHENAPIG. I was like, no.
They didn't do it for fun. I would do that for
They
fun.
didn't do it for fun. They just literally don't know how to spell Winnipeg. I was like, sir.
Yeah,
No.
it's interesting. I get, sometimes when I tell people I'm from Canada, I get dumb questions. And the funniest thing though happened when my mother and I went to Texas, rural Texas. I believe it was Gun Barrel City in 2011.
Okay.
These police officers were so excited that we're from Canada. They insisted on getting pictures with us. The whole police force of 4 people, or maybe it was 2 people, I don't know. We all posed in front of their truck and in front of their building. And I have these pictures of us with the Gun Barrel City Police Department.
Did they hold up the camera and go, on the count of 3, say A?
No, they're like, oh, we want pictures with you. We've never met Canadians.
That's at least a border we don't mind you crossing. Okay, calm down there, Jethro.
Well, no, my mom's brother, who's not alive anymore, one of my mom's brothers lived down there. So we were visiting them and staying with them. And
no, I have family from Texas. I have family from all over. So I promise I'm making fun of like myself, if anything.
no, I know, like my mom was one of 11, one died young, but I've got a lot of cousins and mom's got some siblings all over the States. So you're good. Her grandma had like, oh gosh, over 10 siblings. I can't remember the exact amount. And her dad had like a ton of siblings, and I've got tons of second cousins, third cousins, fourth cousins.
Yeah, big family too. My grandmother is one of 9. So I'm aware. And then between that and marrying in, and it's just all kinds of crazy.
Yeah.
Jacob, you're muted. Don't get me wrong. I'm loving the miming. It's very cool. Hot dog fingers. Do the dance. There you go.
Definitely saying blah, 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 blah.
Probably. If this were sign language, I'd make you wash your hands with soap, sir.
I just did. But
I don't even know if anybody knows how to swear in sign language on here. If you did, that would be funny to see.
All right, Petra, the one who knows it all. 42, bring it. Just kidding.
I'm not swearing on. No.
Okay, we'll do that afterwards. Possibly not. Other after discussion. But so we can get through this feature
My
film.
lips and my fingers. Nope.
We'll get back into it.
Okay.
All right. You guys ready?
Yes.
Everyone ready? All right. Here we go. Evelyn grips the knife tighter. She turns and walks slowly towards her oblivious daughter, who is still on the phone. Wayman laughs as he struggles to get the tape off Joy.
Wait, why are you taped up?
It's a long story involving raccoons, apparently. I mean,
Gong Gong watches as Evelyn gets closer.
Mom?
Evelyn raises the knife. Gong Gong nods in anticipation. Evelyn cuts through the tape, releasing Joy.
Hey, you take the fun out of everything. Almost had it.
Evelyn looks at Joy, knowing she made the right decision. Then we hear a click from behind. They turn to see Gong Gong has a gun in his hands. Evelyn immediately stands up to block her daughter. You're already under her spell.
Hold on, Gong Gong speaks English?
Everyone stay calm. I think it's time for a family discussion.
I can't let you kill her.
Holy shit, Gong Gong's lost it.
Evelyn begins to breathe heavily. Her head is reeling as she experiences leaks from all the other universes. Can't you see what is happening to your mind? In my universe, you pushed your daughter and you broke her. You created Jobu Tapaki. I must stop you now. It's only a matter of a time before. He aims a gun at her head. You become just like her. Glancing back at Joy, Evelyn is overwhelmed with guilt. Then, Eureka, an idea sparks in her head.
Just like her.
Evelyn looks like Alpha Gong Gong squarely in the eyes and begins dancing. No music. It's awkward. What are you doing? Her Bluetooth device blinks green. No, you don't know where you'll jump. You could end up anywhere. She presses the button. Bam. She is an incredible dancer. That's enough. Evelyn pulls a hand sanitizer from Wayman's pack and splashes it in her eyes. It stings. Green light.
I know you don't understand, but this is something I have to do.
Alpha Gong Gong wheels up to Evelyn and places the gun directly to her head. His eyes begin to water. Don't make me do this, Evelyn. Evelyn pulls a wad of $20 bills out and rips them all in half. Green, she can barely stand. Evelyn opens her mouth and performs a convincing bird calls.
Maybe if I become like her, I can save my daughter.
We can hear the sounds of the other universes in her head. On Wayman's buzzing phone, the map blinks red, critical. Alpha Gong Gong's face is now streaked with tears. Snot runs out of his nose. I can't lose another loved one to the darkness. Evelyn looks back to Joy.
You won't.
She swipes a piece of snot from Alpha Gong Gong's face and begins it toward her lips. Everyone gags. Green. Evelyn falls down against the desk behind her. She looks around, confused. Where'd she jump? Janitor universe, interior IRS building, executive office, in the same spot. Evelyn wears a custodian outfit and holds a duster. A button underneath the desk blinks red. A secret bookshelf door swings open, revealing a panic room. The district manager comes out, sweaty and red, followed by his dominatrix.
Clean up in there. It's going to need extra work today.
He throws Evelyn a $20 bill with a shushing gesture and walks out. Janitor Evelyn pops up the cap of the bottle of a fancy whiskey and hawks a loogie into it. She smiles. Interior IRS building, executive office.
Sorry, Baba.
She pushes the button under the desk and a secret door opens. Alpha Gong Gong breaks eye contact.
Get in.
Before Alpha Gong Gong can pull the trigger, Evelyn picks up the whiskey bottle and smashes it into Alpha Gong Gong's gun, sending it flying out of his hand. Alpha Gong Gong wipes the whiskey from his face. The door clicks shut. The family are locked in a panic room.
Oh, wow. What is this stuff?
Muted, but Alphaverse, interior Alphaverse headquarters. Alpha Gong Gong disengages from his connection. Send every jumper with a counterpart in the area, now! We see Alpha jumpers connecting to their jumping stations. Among them, Debbie, the dog's mom's counterpart, closes her eyes. Exterior Iris building. Debbie, the dog mom, is outside walking her dog. Her head goes limp. She turns and makes her way through the crowd of evacuees. She sees a handful of others walking towards the building, auditors, secretary guards, random civilians. Interior IRS panic room. The family is a small, dimly lit panic room filled with a handful of kinky toys, a limp bag of cocaine, some wrinkly porno mags, and an Xbox.
Mom, what the hell is going on with Gong Gong? Is this like a tax thing?
Wayman tries to get Evelyn to drink water. She's a mess.
Oh, my Joy. I know you have feelings that make you so sad, that make you just want to give up. That is not your fault.
Joy leans in. Something is ringing true.
It's her. She has your soul in her hands. I think the only way I can defeat her is to become like her.
I'm a little bit lost. Still.
Evelyn Wang of the 4659th Thetaverse. You've been summoned by the First Order of the Alphaverse.
They all look at one another. Enter IRS 9th floor executive office that moment. A ragtag group of alpha jumpers stand in the room, ready to fight. They put on Bluetooth jumping devices. At the front is Alpha Gong Gong.
You are in direct violation of the Verse Jumping Tribunal's Code of Ethics. By endangering your mind, you've endangered us all. Surrender and hand over your daughter, or we will be forced to remove you from this universe.
Interior Iris panic room. Wayman looks over at Evelyn, who is staring up at the ceiling, not fully there. He shakes her.
Come back. Come back.
We cut to a POV of her hands holding somebody's hand, touching a hot stove, grabbing popcorn at a premiere, wiggling because the hot dogs, etc.
I'm here, but I can still feel everything else more and more, like a million nerve endings growing further and further.
Interior IRS 9th floor executive office. Many alpha jumpers now wear gas masks. One pulls the pin from a tear gas can and tosses it into the ceiling vents. Alpha Gong Gong nods approvingly and rolls out of the room. Interior IRS panic room. Gas begins seeping in through the vents.
Sweetheart, I don't know what you're doing, but I think you're pushing things too far.
She grabs the phone of Wayman. A warning is flashing. She zooms out to reveal so many more untouched universes. A gas filters in around them. Evelyn stumbles to her feet and grabs a motorized feather toy. It begins vibrating.
Or not far enough.
Joy cringes at her mom, sticks the feather into her nose. Her Bluetooth device flashes green. Interior IRS 9th floor executive office. All the gas mask alpha jumpers also begin doing random stupid things. One guy rips a chunk of his hair out. An older lady sits on a photocopier with her bare butt. Someone is singing Ave Maria. It's an orgy of stupid. Green devices flash across the room. Interior IRS secret sex closet. Evelyn presses the button and she downloads divergent memories from Opera Universe. Evelyn as a child runs with sticks. She trips. Her father sings to her as a child, now with bandages over her eyes. Evelyn stands on stage alone wearing sunglasses in front of a huge audience. A single note from her string section. Split screen, interior IRS executive office, opera house. In unison, both Evelyns inhale a large lung full of oxygen. As the blind opera singer sings her sustained note, Evelyn unlocks and swings open the closet door in slow motion. Gas billows. Her eyes closed with her breath held. She dodges several blows from enemy jumpers. She grabs hold of two of the alpha jumpers, gas masks, and rips them off. They gasp for air. She throws the gas masks into the panic room for her family. Someone kicks her from behind. Evelyn's voice falters and cracks. She disconnects as she hits the wall, but the epic opera music continues. Interior 9th floor executive office. She picks up a frog-shaped paperweight and tries to swallow it whole. Green, bam. Science spinner universe. We see divergent memories in a flash. Evelyn, a gymnast, falls off the high bars, crack. Wearing an ankle cast, she watches someone else win at the Olympics on TV. Evelyn, in uniform, spins a sign that says, pizza, pizza. She's really good, but it's also kind of sad. Someone stops to take a selfie with her. Back in the IRS, a SWAT officer charges with riot shield. Evelyn deftly dodges him, steals the shield, and swirls it like a magnificent sign spinner, blocking bullets from the miscellaneous sharp objects. The gas blows away from her, sending paperwork flying through the air. She slams the shield to the left, bam, to the right, bam, knocking more foes over, smashing the Bluetooth devices. Meanwhile, Wayman and Joy emerge from the panic room, pull off the gas masks, and watch Evelyn do the impossible. Evelyn smashes the sign into one final jumper. The shield shatters from the impact.
No, Evelyn! Is he dead?
Holy shit.
Come on.
Interior IRS 9th floor atrium. The family hurries through the door, keeping their head down as they head past a break room amongst the cubicles. Something shrieks, then slams into Evelyn's, knocking her into an adjacent break area. Elise yanks the creature back. and Debbie catches her dog as they strike a menacing pose. Debbie begins swinging her weapon like a ball and chain. Evelyn swings open the fridge looking for a jumping pad. She grabs a 2-liter of orange soda and leaps out of the way with just as a French bulldog slams into the door. She traps the dog inside. Evelyn runs for the exit, sticks the bottle into her mouth and squeezes it violently, chugging all the soda in 2 seconds. The Frenchie flies at her face, green, bam! Flash, chef universe, interior Benihana's restaurant. Evelyn is a hibachi chef with incredible spatula skills. Back in the IRS, she bends backwards and grabs a spatula and a cake knife off the floor and expertly spins them, slicing the leash. The dog flies off into the cubicles. Debbie is furious. Evelyn grabs an egg timer and spins it on the spatula for a moment. She flicks it violently into Debbie's forehead, knocking her unconscious. Evelyn rejoins her family, but suddenly has a headache as a leak from the Chef Universe interior hibachi restaurant. Evelyn accidentally drops her spinning egg into a customer's lap. Her manager pulls her aside and whispers in her ear.
Me again? If you don't step up, I'm giving some of your shifts to Chad.
Evelyn looks over to see Chad, a young, handsome chef who has a captivated audience. Chad winks at Evelyn, who glares back. Evelyn hears a loud, ominous drum beat. Back in the IRS building, Evelyn turns to see Alpha IT guy drumming with 2 pipes, so it's hard, it's denting, it's splintering everything it hits. He attacks with a furious, fast tempo. Evelyn fights with her spatulas, but they break. She throws a monitor at him, then battles him with a keyboard, but he drums each item into bits. She manages to hit his earpiece. Right as he does the same to her. Smack, they both disconnect. They're powerless. Evelyn looks into adjacent cubicle and spots an Auditor of the Month trophy. For this is the first time we realize how much it really looks like a butt plug. Zip, the IT guy has undone his pants. He is pulling aside his underwear and leaps for the trophy. He's going to use the butt plug trophy as a jumping pad. Evelyn kicks away the trophy just in time. They fight over the trophy, grappling each other to the ground as the trophy tumbles across the floor. Footsteps, a scream. An Alpha security guard comes flying over both of their heads with no pants. Hands to his ankles. His butt lands on the trophy. Oh no, his earpiece clicks green. Evelyn has to think fast. She blows on her IT guy's nose, making an involuntary trumpet sound. Green. She stands up to face Alpha security guard. He attacks with a furious series of Shaolin-style moves. She battles him until she hears another scream. She turns and the IT guy now has an even bigger trophy protruding from his butt. Auditor of the Year. She is furiously attacked. She cannot keep up, but she manages to pull out of their butt props and violently knocks them both out unconscious. Evelyn breathes a sigh of relief. Wayman makes grossed out faces. She self-consciously throws the prop to the floor. Ew. Flash, movie star universe. The movie premiere audience applauds. Evelyn sees Alpha Gong Gong on screen. What? Back at the IRS, a wheelchair slams into Evelyn. Alpha Gong Gong revs across the floor, then pins her against a column with pegs on his chair. Her arms and hands are trapped as she can't move anything except her pinkies. He holds a grenade. He pulls the pin. He is going to kill himself and take her down with him. Evelyn helplessly squirms her pinkies. A wounded Alpha jumper returns to watch their leader suicide bomb the threat. Wayman and Joy watch from a doorway, horrified. I'm sorry, Evelyn. Evelyn watch. Bluetooth turns green. Alpha Gong Gong looks down to see Evelyn is caressing his leg with her foot. Flashes, Pinky Universe, exterior forest in training. Evelyn does nothing but pinky push-ups every day of her life. Her pinkies look like they are jacked on steroids. Evelyn's pinkies clap down on the wheelchair pegs, breaking them, using her strong pinkies to flick, flick, flick. Gong Gong and the chair go flying across the floor. The active grenade tumbles into some cubicles. The Alpha jumpers circle her. The grenade explodes off camera. Evelyn strikes an intimidating pinky pose as the debris and smoke curl through the air. They attack, but Pinky Evelyn destroys them one by one. She flicks one guy's baseball bat into splinters. then flicks them across the room or into the air. They all neutralized. Wayman and Joy run over.
Oh shit, is Gong Gong like dead?
Gong Gong is snoring. Evelyn lets out a sigh of relief. Suddenly aware of how exhausted her mind and body are, she falls back into Wayman's arms.
It's going to be so hard to explain any of this to you.
No need to explain. I've been watching you.
You're back. Did you see how good I am? I'm going to do it. I'm going to defeat Jobu Tubaki.
You got her name right. Evelyn, what you're doing is crazy, reckless. Your stupid plan to somehow save your daughter has managed to piss off everyone in the multiverse, but it just might work.
He coughs in pain and caresses her face.
Alpha Wayman, are you okay?
Don't worry. I'm just a burner Waymond, used for communication. I only wish I could be there to see you finish this.
Alpha Verse, interior laundry RV control room. Jobu steps into a flipped RV where Wayman is all alone connected to his helmet. All the equipment begins to shut down. Blue screens of death, smoke curling.
Do what you will. Your time is limited.
Jobu puts a finger to his lips. Rumble. Interior IRS, 9th floor atrium. A calmness falls over Alpha Raymond.
Be careful out there, Evelyn. Do not let the chaos destroy your beliefs. They are all you have. I'm grateful that Chance was kind enough to give us these last few moments together.
He goes in to kiss her. Evelyn's body tenses up. As they're about to kiss, his lips quiver, his breath trembles, his eyes roll back, his head goes limp.
Alpha Wayman?
She holds him tight. Alpha Wayman lifts his head in a daze.
What happened? Was I Raccoon Waymond again?
Raccoon Wayman is dead.
Evelyn pulls away. Jobo returns enthusiastically applauding. Evelyn stumbles to her feet.
So that's Raccoon Joy? Am I getting it?
You killed him, but I'm going to stop you, Jobu, now that I am reaching my full potential.
Jobu reaches out a hand. The eerie rumbling comes back.
He still can't see what's happening.
Evelyn raises her fists defiantly. The rumble intensifies.
No, I can see clearly, more clearly than ever before.
Evelyn is now fully cross-eyed. We see confusing flashes of other universes. She's trying to cook better than the chef Chad across from her. Taxes. She has a headache. Movie star. The audience laughs around her. Sign spinner. She preps to catch the spinning sign midair, etc. Jobu nods, a spark of excitement in her eyes. Suddenly, Evelyn vomits 2 liters of orange soda and a frog paperweight. She collapses to the ground. Jobu touches her limp body, but nothing happens. She pokes her a couple of times. No rumble, no pop, just dead.
Damn it. So close.
What? No! No!
Jobu crouches down and shuts Evelyn's vacant eyes.
I'll see you again soon. Somewhere out there in all that noise.
Wayman holds his dead wife's body while Jobu stands over them for a moment, looking remorseful. The feeling passes. Cut to black. The end. Various universes. Movie star universe, interior movie theater, applause. Credits begin to roll on screen. We pull out to reveal the audience.
Interesting ending. Very sad.
Evelyn turns in her seat to see Wayman next to her. She screams in his face before standing up to pat her body. She's still alive.
Where is she? Our daughter.
What are you talking about?
She runs down the aisle and bursts through the doors. As Evelyn goes hunting for Jobu Tupaki, she finds it increasingly more difficult to not get lost in the chaos. Sign spinner universe. Evelyn looks down. She is now standing in the middle of the road holding her sign. A horn blares. Evelyn looks up just in time to see a car driving straight towards her. She falls backwards. Opera universe. Evelyn falls backwards on stage. The audience gasps. The microphone feedback squeals from the backstage. Gong Gong picks her up, but she pushes past him. Chef Universe, interior hibachi kitchen. Evelyn pushes through the prep kitchen door looking for Jobu. Instead, she sees Chad, a young chef, taking off his chef's hat, and sitting on his head is a raccoon, pulling his hair. It's Raccoony, and the cooking raccoon. Now we're cooking while nobody's looking. Raccoony notices Evelyn and drops the hair, causing Chad's arms to drop. This isn't like what it looks like. You can't tell anyone. Please, I'm begging you.
Ah!
Raccoony grabs Chad's hair and puppets him as they try to stop Evelyn from leaving. She panics and shuts the door again. Hot dog universe, interior apartment dining room. Suddenly, someone puts a blindfold over her eyes.
Jobu, oh, stop with the game.
I thought maybe we could have a special night.
She struggles to pull off her blindfold. She has hot dog hands. Candles everywhere. Romantic music plays. DJ begins slapping her thighs with her hot dog hands and circles Evelyn. Evelyn recognizes the beginning of the love ritual from the musical on TV. Evelyn pushes Deidre over and runs out the door. Movie star universe, exterior back alley. Evelyn is guided out by a very concerned Waymond. She closes her eyes to block out the confusion. She collapses into Waymond's arms. He is using a napkin to pat her head dry.
My clay pot is leaking. I can think of whatever nonsense I want to. And somewhere out there, it exists. It's real.
Just think happy thoughts.
Spaghetti, baby, noodle boy.
We hear the sound of water boiling. Noodleverse, interior boiling pot. Evelyn is a long strand of spaghetti in a pot full of spaghetti. One little macaroni approaches her. He will be voiced by a small child. This is Spaghetti Boy, Baby Noodle Boy.
Mommy, it's throwing day. Do you think they'll pick me? Do you think I'll stick to the wall? Today, will I become a man?
Noodle Evelyn looks at her macaroni son in disbelief.
Oh, shut up, spaghetti, baby, noodle boy.
Various universes in rapid succession. We cut to several versions of Evelyn, all screaming, sitting by IRS cubicle, sitting on a bus, tied to a stake above a fire. She is an old leather boot.
Shut up, shut up, shut up.
She closes her eyes tight to block it all out. Action universe, interior IRS building. On Waymond's phone, Evelyn's mental map spreads further and further, but then it stops. Taxes universe, interior apartment, dining room, living room. Evelyn is staring off into the distance. A little sweat rolls down her forehead. She has stabilized. Waymond has his hand on her shoulder.
You okay? Caught you staring off into space again.
She looks around to confirm. Yes, there on the wall is a picture of Joy as a child.
I did it.
Good job. You can drop off the paperwork before the party starts.
Waymond hands her a Tupperware of more cookies for Miss Deidre, written on it, before heading down to the laundromat, carrying plastic cutlery and other supplies. She stands to go, then stops, suddenly aware of a receipt in her hand, still suspended between two piles. She places it in a pile, but it splits into two hands, a universe where she placed a receipt in each pile. She looks down, quietly amazed. Title, Part 2, Everywhere. Buzz, buzz, taxes universe, interior laundromat. Evelyn opens the stairwell. A small group of Chinese men begins singing. Evelyn's confused face.
Gong shi, gong shi, gong shi, ni ha. Gong shi, gong shi, gong shi, ni.
Waymond, carrying cheap Chinese dragon costume, steps out to greet his men's church choir.
Okay, shh. Don't spoil the surprise.
He leads his friends away through the mostly decorated laundromat. Evelyn spots someone approaching. It's Joy and Becky.
Hey, Mom, so about this morning.
Evelyn strikes a fighting pose, but almost falls.
Enough with your tricks.
What's up?
Get out of my daughter. I know you're in there.
She points at Joy's forehead, but her finger begins to sway back and forth. Joy and Becky share a look.
Mom, are you already drunk?
Joy's head knocks forward and then looks up. Jobu Tapaki has arrived. She watches Evelyn with focused fascination.
Becky, can you help my dad get ready for the party?
Becky gives Jobu a curious look as she goes. They're alone.
You see it all, don't you?
Jobu slowly steps forward, forcing Evelyn to step back into various universes. Exterior forest. Evelyn and Joy are now in a forest. Evelyn nods as she continues to back up cautiously.
You can see how everything is just a random rearrangement of particles in a vibrating superposition.
Interior jailhouse. Jobu's the cop. Evelyn's the escaped inmate. They slowly move their way past jail cells, eyes locked onto one another.
I don't know what you just said, but I can do this.
Evelyn grabs a mop from a bucket, swinging it over her head. Exterior Irish forge. Viking Evelyn is now wielding an axe against Jobu's katana.
But you see everything we do.
She plunges her katana into her own stomach. No blood. Instead, candy spills out. Exterior backyard. There are now Jobu-shaped and Evelyn-shaped piñatas hanging from trees being hit from unseen children.
It just gets washed away in a sea of every other possibility.
Evelyn piñata gets hit in the face. Taxes universe, interior apartment, dining room, living room. Evelyn reacts as if she just got hit in the face, shaking off piñata tissue paper from her shoulders.
You're everywhere. You're like me.
That's right. I'm the one you've been looking for. I'm the one who will defeat you.
You still think that's what this is about? Oh, all right, hit me.
Evelyn rushes and throws a punch at Jobu, but as they make contact, the deep rumble builds. Flash, flash, flash. All in the apartment. They're playing chess. They're on a tandem bike. One is choking the other, then vice versa. Finally, we see a universe where Evelyn hits herself and another where she hits Jobu. Bam! Jobu falls to the ground. Evelyn winces in pain. She looks at her own fist in confusion. Jobu seems oddly excited. The door swings open. It's Wayman. Evelyn plays it cool.
Oh, Evelyn, what are you still doing here?
We're just practicing for karaoke.
I thought you were going to drop off our paperwork.
Oh, don't worry about that. I said I'll take care of it.
With one last look, Wayman leaves. Evelyn puts her hands up again to fight, but struggles to keep standing. Jobu plops down on the sofa, annoyed.
If you don't want to fight, then why?
Why was I looking for you?
Jobu picks up a potted fern and sucks on it like a bomb. She offers the fern to Evelyn, who refuses but tentatively sits down. Her head is reeling. Jobu's smoke rings come out in the shape of a Q and A.
If you haven't A'd that Q, then you're not there yet. But you're close.
Close?
Spread out across infinity. But we need to speed this up.
Before Evelyn can react, they both sink into the sofa. Alphaverse, interior laundry RV control room. Jobu flops into a chair in the not destroyed Alphaverse RV parked on this side of the road. Alpha Wayman is slipping on some tea and doing a crossword.
Oh, hi. Jobu? Did you just take over Joy's body again?
Yeah, I'm trying to give this Evelyn the whole spiel.
Do you think this might be the one?
Jobu shrugs as she picks up a pen and fills out a word in Alpha Wayman's crossword. The lid on the urn that holds Evelyn's ashes opens and closes and begins to talk. It's Evelyn.
Alpha Wayman, you're alive? How?
Alpha Wayman picks up Evelyn's urn.
Oh, did one of the Alphas Waymans tell you to murder Joy because she's some evil monster? Sorry about that. I used to be quite an extremist myself back in my day.
Wake up, Alpha Wayman. Remember, she's building A bagel to destroy my world, all of the worlds, just like she destroyed the Alphaverse.
Alpha Wayman and Jobu share a knowing look.
You want to know what destroyed the Alphaverse? You did. Well, we all did. When you discovered verse jumping, suddenly anyone could find whatever version of the truth they wanted in the multiverse. Everyone got more and more opinionated and just kept fighting. So there was no evil villain, really, or nefarious plot or anything. Just a whole lot of confusing hubbub that I've decided to stay far away from.
He takes another sip of tea.
No, Alpha Waymond.
Please, call me Waymond. I dropped the Alpha a long time ago.
You brainwashed him like all those other people.
Jobu sighs and walks past a curtain. Temple Universe, interior, Empress Hall. Evelyn and Jobu land in a grand white hall. Jobu is dressed like an alien royalty. Evelyn is dressed like a peasant. Evelyn looks around and sees many followers dressed like her with ashy black circles marked across their forehead. On the opposite end of the hall, a large white veil with an ominous rumbling emanating from within.
The bagel.
Oh, praise be a bagel.
Jobu smiles. Evelyn turns to run the other direction, but Jobu's followers, led by the bagel Deidre, swarm around her, block her exit, and slowly force Evelyn towards the bagel.
Oh, please. She has brainwashed you.
No, Jobu Tupaki has brought peace to this world. Most care too much, have too much passion, too much self-righteousness. It clouds the mind. What happens when that gets sucked into the bagel? No more beliefs, no more war.
No, our beliefs are all we have.
Decree 1, Rule 1. There is nothing more dangerous than someone who believes they are right.
The followers push Evelyn past the first veil, leaving Deidre behind, revealing a much bigger hall.
Look, please, just give my daughter back to me and we can leave each other alone forever.
Sorry, no can do.
Why not?
Because I am your daughter. Your daughter is me. Every single version of Joy is Jobu Tabaki. Hi.
Jobu hands her a Dr. Seuss style children's book titled, I Am Your Daughter. Your daughter is me.
No, I saw my daughter.
Well, then tell me, which Evelyn are you, really? The chef, the movie star, that hot dog one?
I am not the hot dog one. I am only seeing these things because my mind is broken like an old pot.
It's not broken. It's being opened. The pot was a prison and you're finally free. Like me, I have felt everything your daughter has ever felt. I know the joy and pain of having you as my mother.
Well, then you know, I have only done what is right for you, for her.
Right? Right is a tiny box invented by people who are afraid. And I know what it feels like to be forced to live in that box.
Flashback, interior laundry RV. Evelyn and Joy are in a car parked on the side of the highway after a tense conversation. Neither of them speak until finally Evelyn continues driving.
To share a piece of myself that I was so scared to share, only for you to say nothing and drive away and go on with your life as if nothing happened.
Flashback from earlier today, the moment Becky's meets Gong Gong, we linger on Joy's face.
No, it's not like that. It's Gong Gong. He's from a different generation.
You can stop hiding behind him. You should feel relieved. You don't have to choose anymore.
Choose?
Between loving me or hating me. You can do both at the same time, now that you're just like me.
They're getting closer to the veil. The followers pull visors over their eyes and begin parting the curtains that hide the bagel. The rumble intensifies.
No, I'm not like you. You are young. Your mind is always changing. I still know who I am.
You have no idea what you've done. You're stuck like this forever, just like me.
No, I am going to go back with my joy, my family, and live my life. A happy life.
Jobu looks her straight in the eye. There is a trace of sympathy for his expression.
Okay. Good luck with that.
Jobu rips open the final veil. The rumble is deafening. Evelyn glances at the bagel and is immediately transfixed. Her eyes grow wide. Through the swirling bagel black hole, we can see guests arriving to the party. Various universes staring into the bagel. We glimpse the meaninglessness of all of Evelyn's lives swirling in the bagel. Tax's universe interior laundromat on autopilot. Evelyn hugs and greets guests after guests, introducing them to Gong Gong with a strange smile on her face. She sips from a drink and she nods along to a mundane conversation. Rick, the creepy regular, leans into Evelyn and inhales deeply. Her phone rings. Incoming call from Deidre. Oops. Action universe. Evelyn lies dead on the floor. One alpha jumper sees the map of Evelyn's mind, still has dots spreading further. His eyes go wide. Hot dog universe. Evelyn stares at Deidre, who is giving Evelyn one final plea through tears. Chef universe. Evelyn accidentally overshoots a shrimp and hits a customer in the face. The customer looks pissed. Movie star universe. Wayman is smoking a cigarette with Evelyn reminiscing.
Before, you were asking about our daughter. It's crazy. But it really got me thinking, what if you had come with me all of those years ago?
Tax's universe. Deidre drones on as Evelyn watches the men's choir sing and drink to Gong Gong's health.
The amount of disrespect to not even show up this evening.
Shut up.
What did you just say to me?
I said, shut up. You don't matter. This doesn't matter.
Mrs. Wang, I am through with this.
Evelyn hangs up. That felt good. Chef Universe, the customer she hit with the shrimp, is now talking to Evelyn's boss. She throws the shrimp at her boss. As she storms out of the restaurant, she casually pulls off Chad's hat, revealing Rakakuni. Action Universe, Alpha Gong Gong looks from the phone to Evelyn, who gets up, not dead, his worst nightmare. Evelyn recognizes a receipt on the ground as one of her own. She picks it up and stares at it. Temple Universe, Evelyn's eyes begin to turn black. Tax's universe. Evelyn now holds a microphone as if she is about to perform karaoke. Wayman, half dressed as the Chinese dragon, looks on anxiously from the office doorway.
Happy New Year. Thank you for coming. Another year? Wow. What do I even say?
Action universe. One of the verse jumpers approaches Evelyn. She nonchalantly grabs him, and we hear the rumbling of the multiverse. The man begins to scream in horrible pain. Pop, he is now a sack of potatoes.
She just turned Sanders into potatoes.
We're too late.
Evelyn, please calm down.
Wayman reaches out to stop her. She shrugs him off. Movie star universe. Evelyn stares out at the city traffic with unfocused eyes.
Sweet, sweet Wayman. You want to know what would have happened? What if we'd wake up every day in a tiny apartment over a failing laundromat?
Texas universe. Evelyn is talking through her microphone at all of her guests, who are aghast at what she is saying.
Another year, and we are still keeping our heads high, pretending we know what we're doing. But really, we're just running around in circles, doing laundry and taxes. Laundry and taxes.
She pulls out the divorce papers and hurriedly signs them.
No more running in circles.
Jobu nods in excitement. She is finally seeing it. The door opens. Deidre is flanked by two policemen.
Mr. and Mrs. Wang, you have given me no choice but authorize the seizure of both your personal and business assets. You have 48 hours to vacate your home. Otherwise, we will have to remove you by force.
The cops begin to put locks on the laundromat doors. What is happening?
Wait, Evelyn, Tell her you already dropped off the paperwork. You dropped it off, right?
Wayman grabs her by the shoulders. Universe. Wayman grabs Evelyn. The rumble begins. Evelyn can't stop it. Some flashes of her painting his face, spitting on him, dancing with him, throwing divorce papers at him, and even kissing him in the movie star universe against his will.
What are you doing?
Everything.
Chef Universe, exterior restaurant. Evelyn watches as Rakakuni is carried away in a cage by an animal control employee. Chad is being held back by other employees. Noodle Universe, you're not going to stick spaghetti. Oh, sorry. Noodle Universe.
You're not going to stick spaghetti, baby noodle boy. You're a different kind of pasta with a hole. Nobody else has a hole.
Spaghetti baby noodle boy goes limp in the pot. Movie star universe. Wayman pushes Evelyn off and backs away, horrified. Hot dog universe. Deidre is packing a bag. It's incredibly difficult to pack with floppy fingers. Temple universe. Jobu pushes Evelyn closer and closer to the bagel. Evelyn begins to nod.
You see, all this time, I wasn't looking for someone who could defeat me. I was looking for someone who could see what I see, feel what I feel.
Tax's universe. Ignoring everyone else, Evelyn pokes at the paint stain on the ceiling with her baseball bat. Evelyn turns and walks right up to Deidre carrying the bat. The police palm their weapons, but she walks up to the laundromat windows and places a hand against the glass.
And that someone is you.
I've always hated this place anyways.
The music explodes into a furious cacophony. Evelyn smashes the front window of her laundromat. Opera universe. Evelyn is singing "Come on Barbie, Let's Go Barbie" over and over again and causing feedback in the mic. The audience heads for the exits.
Not a single moment will go by in your mind without every other universe screaming for your attention.
Noodle universe. Spaghetti baby noodle boy is sinking to the dark bottom of the pot alone.
Why would God give me a hole for no reason?
Tax's universe. Interior laundromat. Evelyn throws the karaoke machine out the window as she is restrained by one of the policemen with her hands are zip tied behind her back. Action universe. The rumbling stops with a deafening pop of silence. Everyone gasps. Evelyn looks down to see she has stabbed Wayman in the side with a shard of glass. Blood begins to pour from his side and her hand.
Never fully there, just a lifetime of fractured moments, contradictions, and confusion.
On Wayman's phone, a bright red warning flashes and red dots are everywhere. Alpha Gong Gong commands the Alpha Jumpers to aim their weapons at her. They tremble with uncertainty. Temple universe. The black swirling bagel begins to overtake the entire screen. Evelyn's eyes are fully black.
And with only a few specks of time where anything actually makes any sense. Just hilarious accidents.
Various universes. Evelyn is the center frame, rapidly shuffling through universes. Her stoic expression remains the same. The transformation is complete. She is finally everywhere. She finally understands Jobu. Music fades. She closes her eyes. She slumps to the ground and becomes of rock, a literal rock. Rock universe. Exterior field. It's an empty field. Sits two rocks. The wind blows through the dirt. It's a silent and serene, almost eerily so, beat.
Oh, good. You're here too.
Where are we?
One of the universes where the conditions weren't right for life to form. Most of them are like this, actually.
It's nice.
Yeah, you can just sit here and everything feels really far away.
Evelyn Rock can hear the faint sounds and voices from the other universes, but it fades away. They watch as the shadows get long in the setting sun.
Joy, I'm sorry about ruining everything.
Shh. You don't have to worry about that here. Just be a rock.
A beat.
I just feel so stupid.
God, please, we're all stupid. We are small, stupid little humans. It's like our whole deal, okay? For most of our history, we knew the Earth was the center of the universe, and we killed and tortured people for saying otherwise.
The sun sets, revealing a dense sky of stars.
And then we find out that the Earth is actually revolving around the sun, which is just one sun out of a trillion suns. And now look at us, trying to deal with the fact that all of that exists in one universe out of who knows how many. Every new discovery is just a reminder.
We're all small and stupid.
Who knows what great new discovery is coming next to make us feel like even smaller pieces of shit.
Language.
Seriously?
No, I'm joking. I mean, that was a joke. A big fucking joke.
They both laugh, making each other laugh more just because they are both laughing. And Jobu stops.
Fuck.
Oh, what's wrong?
I've just been trapped like this for so long, experiencing everything. I think a part of me hoped you'd see something I didn't, that you'd convince me there was some other way.
What are you talking about?
A shadow falls over them. Empress Universe, Interior Temple. Jobu and Evelyn stand before the bagel together.
Do you know why I actually built the bagel? It wasn't to destroy everything. It was just to destroy myself. I wanted to see if I went in, would I die? Like, actually die.
Evelyn stares ahead, scared and unsure what this means. Jobu takes her hand.
At least this way I don't have to do it alone.
Evelyn stares deep into the swirling black hole. It's peaceful, like a white noise machine. Her eyes gloss over.
But what about the raccoon or the noodle or my silly husband? What was his name again?
You won't have to worry about those things anymore.
Evelyn is unsure as they approach. The light pulls away from their faces. Evelyn's eyes begin to turn black again. But then they hear faint sounds, voices. It's Wayman and Deidre. Evelyn turns, and through the swirling darkness, the image of Wayman trying to talk her down, a pissed off Deidre comes into focus.
There he is. Oh, crazy person, my silly husband. Probably making things worse.
But against all odds, Deidre's face softens. She takes Wayman's hand and gently pats it. Evelyn's curiosity draws her back into the laundromat. Texas Universe, Interior Laundromat. Evelyn watches in shock as Wayman walks back to her.
Everything is going to be okay.
She looks back to see Jobu in front of the bagel.
Evelyn, just ignore it. Come back.
Wayman reaches over and holds Evelyn's face in his hands.
She's going to give us another week for one last meeting.
One of the officers cuts her zip tie. Evelyn looks over at Deidre, pulling the lock off the door. Deidre shakes her head, equally shocked that she is letting her off.
How? That's impossible.
Technically, it's a statistical inevitability. This is nothing special.
I don't know. I just talked to her.
Evelyn looks over at Deidre as she gives Wayman one last knowing nod before stepping outside with a cigarette.
That's it?
Wayman shrugs and begins sweeping the glass with a broom. Evelyn hears a voice from another universe.
You think I'm weak, don't you?
As she gets up, she suddenly has a lit cigarette in her hand. Movie Star Universe, exterior, movie theater alley. Woman takes one last drag of the cigarette before leaving.
When we first fell in love all those years ago, your father would say I was too sweet for my own good. Maybe he was right.
Evelyn sees through her cloud of cigarette smoke. Action Universe, Interior IRS, 9th floor atrium. Alpha jumpers are still pointing at their weapons at Evelyn. Wayman stumbles between them, holding his bloody wound.
Please, can we just stop fighting?
Alpha Gong Gong shakes his head at these naive words. Movie Star Universe, exterior movie theater alley.
You tell me that it's a cruel world and we're all just running around in circles? I know that. I've been on this search just as many days as you.
Action Universe, Interior, IRS, 9th floor atrium.
I know you're all fighting because you are scared and confused.
Evelyn takes a small step back. The Alpha Jumpers begin to regain their position.
I'm confused too. One moment I am here, the next moment I am there. I still haven't seen any raccoons all day. I don't know what the heck is going on, but somehow it feels like this is my fault. I don't know. The only thing I do know is we have to be kind. Be kind, especially when we don't know what's going on.
Taxes Universe, Interior Laundromat.
When I choose to see the good side of things, I'm not being naive. It is strategic and necessary. It's how I've learned to survive through everything.
Wayman tries to cheer himself up by dancing and humming while he sweeps. Evelyn sees the untouched Tupperware of cookies with a bow. She looks down at the baseball bat she's holding. There are two googly eyes stuck to it. It's smiling at her.
I know you go through life with your fists held tight. You see yourself as a fighter. Well, I see myself as one too. This is how I fight.
Action Universe, Interior IRS, 9th floor atrium. Evelyn drops her fist. She doesn't know what's going on either. Wounded Alpha Jumpers surround her, weapons raised. Temple Universe, framed by the swirling bagel. Jobu looks right at us.
Evelyn, you can still turn around and avoid all of this.
Back in the IRS.
It's too late, Waymond.
Don't say that.
Evelyn looks at her bleeding, selfless human husband like she's never seen him before. So beautiful. Music begins to play. The same romantic music from the movie star universe when she saw Waymond in the crowd. Taxes Universe, Interior Laundromat. Evelyn's stare lingers before she turns away from the bagel and hugs Waymond hard. Action Universe. Evelyn takes Waymond's hand. We hear a rumble begin to grow. Evelyn looks at him and we reveal various universes, abstract and delicate shots of Waymond throughout the multiverse. He is ecstatic, overwhelmed, crying while laughing, bored. Evelyn is seeing a whole complete vision of her husband for the first time since she first fell in love, maybe ever. We end on Movie Star Universe, Exterior Movie Theater, Alley.
So, even though you have broken my heart yet again, I wanted to say, in another life, I would have really liked just doing laundry and taxes with you.
He turns to go. Taxes Universe, Interior Laundromat. Holding Raymond, Evelyn can't look away from him.
What? What's wrong?
Nothing.
Action Universe, Interior IRS 9th floor atrium. The Alpha Jumpers lower their weapons. This cute couple doesn't seem like a threat. Evelyn smiles. Is this working? She turns to find Jobu is standing beside her. Clearly annoyed, Jobu grabs Evelyn's arms and pulls her away from Waymond. Flash, Temple Universe. They are back at the bagel.
Come on, Evelyn.
Evelyn pulls away and they are back in the IRS.
Why the hell would you want to be here?
Evelyn looks at Waymond. She can't help but smile.
I don't know.
I get it. You're feeling a good thing. You got your hopes up. I'm here to save you some time. Eventually, that feeling goes away. Now, come on.
Jobu swiftly grabs Evelyn's hands. Hand vagina trick, remember? Rumble. Jobu opens her hands. Wind whips through the air. The bagel is now in the IRS building at the top of the stairs. Wind swirls and objects rumble. Everyone cowers in fear except Jobu, who heads for the stairs.
I don't care if you come with me anymore. Enjoy your life.
Evelyn defiantly steps in between Jobu and the stairs. As Evelyn approaches her, Jobu raises both hands. Temple Universe. Jobu lifts her hands. Hooded figures blow on horns. Her followers plug into verse jumping machines. Back in the IRS, bagel followers, led by Deidre, march into the room, forming a wall between Evelyn and Jobu. Evelyn attempts to push through the bagel followers to get to Jobu. Deidre fights back, but Evelyn nearly blocks her blows and puts Deidre into a chokehold.
Evelyn, please, no more fighting.
Evelyn hesitates. She turns to see Waymond cowering in the cubicle. The bagel followers pin her onto the ground. Jobu easily walks right past her and heads towards the bagel. Deidre rips a blade from a nearby paper cutter and holds it to Evelyn's neck.
What did I tell you about caring too much, Evelyn?
Evelyn clenches her fist, but she doesn't know how to get out without hurting anyone. She looks up Deidre, who winds back her blade, about to strike. Time slows. Various universes, Deidre's lives. Tax's universe, exterior laundromat. Evelyn steps out from the laundromat to find Deidre nursing her vape pen. Neither of them talk at first, but Deidre offers Evelyn a drag from her vape.
Careful. Don't want to make me change my mind again.
She gives Evelyn a wary smile before exhaling.
What did he say to you?
He mentioned your situation. I remember when my ex gave me the papers. I drove his Kia Forte through the neighbor's kitchen.
Evelyn looks back at the mess she created.
Maybe that's why I've been really hard on you. I see myself in you. We're both difficult women.
Evelyn looks at Deidre. They are suddenly in Hot Dog Universe, interior apartment. Evelyn watches as Hot Dog Deidre is walking out the door, holding her suitcase with her toes and not with her hands. Flashback 1. At a dinner party, Deidre is clearly uncomfortable with Evelyn, so Evelyn paces her feet on Deidre's. Deidre is playing the piano with her toes, but when Evelyn walks in, she immediately stops in embarrassment. Evelyn goes in for a hug, but Deidre pushes her away.
You know what I say? Cold, hysterical, unlovable bitches like us make the world go round.
Evelyn slowly walks towards Deidre in the doorway and lifts her toes to wipe Deidre's tears. It's incredibly tender. Action Universe, interior IRS building. Evelyn looks into Deidre's eyes with deep understanding. Deidre's blade is an inch away from her neck. Suddenly, the blade stops. Evelyn's foot has caught Deidre's arm. Tax's Universe, exterior laundromat.
That's not true.
What?
Deidre is taken aback. Action Universe, interior IRS building.
You aren't unlovable.
The hell are you talking about?
Deidre's blade struggles against Evelyn's foot.
There is always something to love. Even in a stupid, stupid universe where we have hot dogs for fingers, we'd all be very good with our feet.
Evelyn disarms Deidre using nothing but her toes. She then uses her feet to swiftly jiu-jitsu the bagel followers holding her back. She pulls Deidre in for a hug. Deidre resists.
And in a universe where we both agree that no one could love you, if we look hard enough, something will prove us wrong. We are wrong.
Stop this. Stop this now.
Hot Dog Universe. Evelyn is hugging Hot Dog Deidre. Deidre drops her suitcase and fully lets go into the hug. Tax's Universe. Evelyn is hugging Deidre, who is clearly uncomfortable, trying not to reveal that she is moved. Back in the IRS, Deidre begins to break down. Her fellow bagel follower whisper.
I feel nothing. Decree 46. I mean 47. What's the decree? I feel...
Hot Dog Universe. Using her toes, Evelyn unbuttons Deidre's shirt, then slaps her thighs. She is beginning the mating ritual. Deidre is over the moon. Action Universe. Deidre collapses to the ground, but no tears fall. She pulls out her verse-jumping earpiece. She looks up at Evelyn and give each other a knowing nod. Evelyn turns to see Jobu halfway up the stairs, but between them stand the followers and the alpha jumpers who have teamed up. At the top of the stairs is Rick, loaded with a vintage military gear, including an automatic rifle. Don't let her! Stop, Jobu! Open fire!
No!
Rick pulls the trigger. Evelyn steps in front of Deidre, blocking the shower of bullets, but instead of ripping through her, they stop and begin to rumble. Evelyn looks at a bullet gently pushing against her forehead. She grabs it. Flash, Tax's Universe, exterior laundromat. She reaches down to the baseball bat on the concrete. She plucks a googly eye from it. Pop! The bullet is now a googly eye. She sticks it to her forehead like a third eye. Pop! Every bullet touching her becomes googly eyes. She pushes the googly eyes, sending them flying and sticking to everything, guns, helmets, computer monitors. Everything is suddenly a lot of Cutter. Rock universe, exterior field. Evelyn's rock suddenly jiggles, just a little.
Stop that. You weren't supposed to move here. You're just a rock.
Oh, there are no rules.
Evelyn Rock wiggles around to reveal her rock now has 2 googly eyes.
Evelyn, I swear to God, if you ruin my favorite universe.
Action universe, interior, IRS.
Evelyn, what are you doing?
Alpha Gong Gong shouts for everyone to attack. They charge. Evelyn nods. She is understanding her place in the noise.
I'm learning to fight like you.
Evelyn serenely dodges a kick, ducks under a fist with a broken mug to use as brass knuckles. She makes a bagel follower and Alpha Jumper kiss. She turns a grenade into a nostalgic perfume spray in Rick's face. She stretches and cracks someone's back in a good way. Wayman can't believe his eyes. Is this working? An Alpha Jumper attacks with a pair of scissors. It's the district manager. Evelyn grabs the scissors. Rumble. Flash, janitor universe, interior sex closet. Janitor Evelyn grabs a ball gag from the wall. Pop, the manager's mouth. The scissors are now a ball gag. She pops it into the manager's mouth. Flash, janitor universe. We reveal Evelyn is dressed in a full dominatrix outfit. She bends the district manager over her knee and slaps him on the ass. The slap is so strong that it ripples through his whole body, sending the Bluetooth earpieces flying out. With tears in his eyes, he mouths, "Thank you, Mommy." Evelyn sees Jobu approaching the bagel. Thinking quickly, she grabs the district manager's belt and turns it into a whip. She uses it to wrap around Jobu's ankle, which causes her to stumble down the stairs. Jobu looks up furious. Evelyn steps on Jobu's untied laces and turns to a charging bagel follower who holds a knife. It's her kung fu master. Movie star universe, exterior, movie theater, street corner. On a bustling sidewalk, Evelyn chases Waymond through the crowd. She slams into someone. It's her master.
Walk half the road only to give it up.
She pulls out the cookie, taunting her.
You once said, oh, sorry.
You once said, Gong Fu can be anything, even that cookie. Master, I am finally ready to chase a different cookie.
Evelyn looks back at Waymond disappearing around a corner. She begins to attempt to take the master's cookie. Action universe, interior, IRS 9th floor atrium. Evelyn attempts to pull her master's knife from her hand. She succeeds and turns it into one of Waymond's smiling face cookies, then shoves it in her mouth. Though the master is confused, something seems oddly familiar about this. While she's distracted, Evelyn knocks out her earpieces. Shoeless Jobu attempts to escape, but Michelle grabs her coat belt and ties herself to her daughter. Suddenly, a gun is against her head. It's Debbie the dog mom. She grabs the gun. Rumble. Pop. The gun is now a phone mid-video call with Debbie's toddler son wearing a birthday hat. Debbie gasps.
Mom, are you coming? Remember, Daddy said I can have both mummies at my party this year.
Debbie, the mum, is overwhelmed with a moment of clarity. Noodle universe. Interior, boiling pot. A stray spaghetti strand reaches out of the fray and down into the depths of the pot to grab her son.
What are you doing?
Evelyn Spaghetti threads her noodle body through her macaroni son's elbow and lifts him off the bottom.
It's throwing day, spaghetti baby, noodle boy, and I'll be damned if a baby noodle boy of mine don't stick.
Noodle baby boy is as shocked as a noodle baby boy can be. Action universe, interior, IRS, 9th floor atrium. Evelyn yanks out Debbie the dog mom's earpieces before gesturing for her to leave. She nods and runs away.
Mommy's coming, honey.
A hand grabs Evelyn's hair and pulls her to the ground. She grabs her own hair, which turns into spaghetti, allowing her to free herself. then desperately throws the fistfuls of spaghetti at Jobu. They bounce off her and land on the floor. Splat.
Oh no, not spaghetti. What did you think that was even gonna?
Jobu slips on the spaghetti, again stumbling down the stairs.
How the hell did that work?
A statistical inevitability.
Evelyn turns around, grabs her attacker's hand, causing his arms to lift straight up in the air, knocking his hat off. Chad? Chef Universe, exterior. Benihana's. Evelyn approaches Chad, who is slumped on the curb.
That raccoon completed me. I'm useless alone.
Action Universe. Evelyn controls Chad's body using his hair.
I have never told anyone about my hair condition.
She holds him close and whispers in both universes.
We are all useless alone, so it's good you're not alone.
Chad fights back tears. Chef Universe. Evelyn hops onto his shoulders and grabs his hair.
Together, we can save your silly raccoon.
Action Universe. Slow motion. Evelyn, riding on Chad's shoulders, charges at a wall of followers and alphas. Wayman looks on in awe. Alpha Gong Gong's face hardens with anger. We reveal the aftermath. The alpha jumpers and bagel followers strewn across the floor in various stages of emotional release. One lady is holding a puppy laughing. Someone else is trying to hide the fact that they are orgasming. Michelle turns to Jobu, who seems possibly impressed, but suddenly she tumbles from Chad's shoulders. She falls to the floor and is quickly pinned to the banister by mechanical arms. It's Alpha Gong Gong in a makeshift office supply robot exoskeleton.
Evelyn?
His stern stare pierces her newfound confidence. Tax's Universe, interior, laundromat. Evelyn sees Gong Gong angrily trying to walk up the stairs despite Wayman's protests. Evelyn rushes over to him.
That's enough.
I'm sorry, Father, but we...
Don't call me father. No daughter of mine would act this way, live this way.
He sneers at their rundown laundromat. Action Universe, interior, IRS 9th floor atrium. Evelyn watches Jobu climb the stairs towards the bagel.
See? It's only a matter of time before everything balances itself out.
Flash, Noodle Universe, interior, boiling pot. They struggle against the other noodles. Flash, Movie Star Universe, exterior street. Evelyn catches Wayman, but the crowd is pushing her away.
Give it up. Sometimes it's better to let the fantasy live up here.
Flash, Chef Universe, exterior street. Evelyn is steering Chad as they chase the animal control truck down the street. They aren't fast enough. Chad has a cramp. Flash, Tax's Universe, interior laundromat. Some more guests leave. Joy watches from the back of the room. Action Universe, interior, IRS 9th floor atrium. Alpha Gong Gong begins to crush Evelyn against the banister. Evelyn watches Jobu stop in front of the bagel. She is close enough to touch it now, but she hesitates.
Just let her go.
I can't, Baba. How on earth did you do it? How did you let me go?
These words hit Alpha Gong Gong hard. Tax's Universe, interior, laundromat.
You know, I've spent all these years trying to see things through your eyes. I am finally finding the courage to see things through my own. It's okay if you can't be proud, because I finally am.
From the back of the room, Jobu rolls her eyes. Action Universe, interior, IRS 9th floor atrium. Up the stairs, Jobu winds back, about to leap into the bagel. Evelyn looks directly into Gong Gong's eyes.
I am no longer willing to do to my daughter what you did to me.
Alpha Gong Gong is taken aback. He loosens his grip and Evelyn can break free. Jobu is just about to enter the bagel as Evelyn grabs her wrist. Tax's Universe, interior, laundromat. Evelyn holds Jobu's wrist. Jobu is not pleased.
You may see in her all of your greatest fears squeezed into one person. Well, I spent most of her childhood praying she would not end up like me. But she turned out stubborn, aimless, a mess, just like her mother. And now I see it's okay that she's a mess because just like me, the universe gave her someone kind, patient, and forgiving to make up for all she lacks.
She looks from Waymond to Becky and smiles. Before Jobu can stop her, Evelyn takes Becky's hand.
Pa, this is Becky. This is Joy's girlfriend.
Gong Gong's face remains stoic. Becky and Jobu exchange looks of shock. Waymond is so proud of his wife. He pulls the divorce papers from his pocket. He contemplates the signature on the bottom. Flash, Action Universe. Jobu turns and looks at her mother. Evelyn walks Becky and Jobu to Gong Gong. Rock Universe, exterior, field. Evelyn Rock moves another inch closer to Jobu Rock.
Fuck this. I can't take any more of this emotionally manipulative bullshit.
Jobu Rock starts to wiggle away. A rock chase commences. Various universes. Action Universe. Jobu attacks Evelyn. Various universes. Evelyn blocks each of Jobu's blows as they flash, flash, flash through different scenarios. Interior courtroom. Judge Jobu grabs the gavel and swings it at lawyer Evelyn, who blocks it. Action Universe. The gavel is now flowers.
Okay, maybe you win in this universe, but in another?
Exterior forest. They are dressed as kung fu warriors.
I beat you.
Jobu lands several hits, but Evelyn pushes her away. Interior jail. They charge at each other, and right as they hit each other, exterior backyard. They are swinging piñatas again.
Or maybe we tie, or we go eat crepes.
A hand grabs Evelyn's piñata head. Movie star universe. Exterior Hong Kong alley. Jobu holds Evelyn by the head and pushes her down into the path of an oncoming car.
Because all of it is a pointless, swirling bucket of bullshit.
Action Universe, Interior IRS. Jobu is holding Evelyn's head inches from the bagel.
That bagel is where we finally find peace, Evelyn.
Stop calling me Evelyn.
Evelyn flexes her pinky, then flicks Jobu's hand away. Various universes. Evelyn blocks Jobu's blows, turning them into a hug.
I am your
Action Universe, Interior IRS. Jobu breaks free, falls towards the bagel. Evelyn grabs her waist.
mother.
Alpha Gong Gong can't believe his eyes. Jobu is flustered for the first time. She squirms back to the bagel and with renewed strength drags Evelyn towards it. Evelyn struggles with all of her might, but it's not enough. Tornado-like winds pull them towards the bagel. Her feet slip inch by inch. Chef Universe, exterior, street. Evelyn leaps off Chad and beckons him to get on her back.
What are you doing?
Get on.
Chad jumps on her back. He pulls her hair and they are on their way. Evelyn screams as she pushes her body. Hot Dog Universe, interior apartment. Evelyn and Deirdre circle each other, continuing the mating ritual. Movie Star Universe, exterior bustling street. Evelyn tearfully pours her heart out to Waymond, but we can't hear her words. Action Universe. Suddenly, Evelyn and Jobu stop moving. Two robot arms are wrapped around Evelyn's waist. What? It's Alpha Gong Gong pulling them away from the bagel as well. Evelyn can't believe her eyes. Taxes Universe, interior, laundromat.
Girlfriend? Ha, bah.
What? What did he say? Becky is tearing up. She doesn't need words to understand. Action Universe, interior, IRS, 9th floor atrium.
I can't believe I'm going to do this.
A bloody Waymond stumbles over and weakly tries to help as well. The whole family is trying to drag Jobu away.
Seriously?
Rock universe. Jobu Rock is approaching a cliff's edge with Evelyn Rock on her tail.
Can you please just...
Taxes universe. Exterior laundromat. Evelyn chases Joy to her car. Joy stops abruptly and turns.
Stop, Mom!
The tears in Joy's eyes stop Evelyn in her tracks. Wayman and everyone left watch from the laundromat.
Good for you. You're figuring your shit out, and that's great. But I'm tired, and I don't want to hurt anymore. And for some reason, whenever I am with you, it hurts both of us. So can we please just go our separate ways? Please.
Evelyn is taken aback. For the first time, she is truly seeing Joy's pain. Joy waits for her mom to say something.
Okay.
Action universe. Interior IRS 9th floor atrium. Jobu slips out of Evelyn's fingers. The family collapses to the floor as the blackness of the bagel begins to consume Jobu. Rock universe. Exterior field. Jobu Rock tips over the edge and begins to tumble away from Evelyn Rock, who watches from the cliff's edge. Taxes universe. Exterior laundromat. Evelyn watches as her daughter walks to her car. Flashback. She watches as the little Joy runs away from her. Evelyn turns her back to Joy and begins to walk to the laundromat with her head down in shame. She hears Joy open her car door.
Wait.
Joy turns, one foot already in the car, but Evelyn doesn't know what to say.
You're getting fat.
What?
And you never call me, even though you're on a family plan and it's free. And you only visit when you need something. And you get a tattoo. And I don't care if it's supposed to represent our family. You know I hate tattoos. And out of all of the places I could be, why would I want to be here with you? You are right. It doesn't make sense.
Evelyn, stop. That's enough.
No, let her finish.
And maybe it's like you said, maybe there is something out there, some new discovery that'll make us feel like even smaller pieces of shit. I mean, something that explains why, even after seeing everything and giving up, and you still went looking for me through all of this noise. And why, no matter what, I still want to be here with you. I will always want to be here with you.
Joy goes to her mom, finally vulnerable.
So what? You're just gonna ignore everything else? You could be anything, anywhere. Why not go somewhere where your daughter is more than just this? I mean, here, all we get are a few specks of time where any of this actually makes any sense.
Evelyn looks at the mess around her. We hear the sounds of the other universes swirling in. She grabs Joy's hands and the sounds stop.
Then I will cherish these few specks of time.
Joy slowly nods her head and leans in closer to her mom. Evelyn closes her eyes and breathes in deep. As the music crescendos, Evelyn tries to let all of the other universes go. Noodle universe, a giant chef hand plucks them from the spoon.
Hold your breath.
He throws them. Mother threaded through Noodle sun. It's magical, like flying. Fade to black. Chef universe, Chad is riding Evelyn as they catch up with the truck. Rakakuni watches them in awe through the back window. Fade to black. Hot dog universe. Evelyn and Deirdre open their mouths and lift up their beautiful floppy fingers, about to squirt their finger condiments. The ritual is almost complete. Fade to black. Temple universe. Bagel Deirdre pulls off her robe and swings open the temple exit doors. Light spills over her face. Fade to black. Action universe. The final signs of Jobu are swallowed by the blackness. Evelyn closes her eyes and focuses. On Evelyn's cerebral map, just a few red dots. Fewer. Opera universe. Evelyn and her father sing their hearts out to an empty room. She lets out one long, sustained note, causing the ground to rumble. Fade to black. Rock universe. Evelyn Rock comes rolling down the hill towards Jobu Rock. They are about to make contact. Fade to black. Movie star universe. Waymond is stoic. Evelyn waits for him to say something, anything. He begins to crack a smile. Fade to black. Action universe. Evelyn stands by the edge of the bagel. Suddenly, a hand reaches out. Evelyn grabs it. She pulls Jobu out and they stumble away from the bagel. Jobu looks exhausted. She rests her head on her mother's shoulder. Fade to black. Taxes universe. Exterior laundromat. Joy rests her head on her mother's shoulder here as well. She lets out a sigh of deep relief. The music stops. Everything is still. They are only here in one universe for now. Evelyn studies every little piece of the moment. The stray hairs coming from Joy's head, the flicker of the neon lights across the car's reflection, the distant sound of the highway like ocean waves. Evelyn sees Waymond and Becky tearfully watching from the laundromat entrance. The remaining guests are watching from inside.
Muted.
There we go. God, I feel so awkward now. This is awkward, right? This is awkward.
Joy pushes Evelyn away and they casually walk back together towards the laundromat.
Did you still want to do your party?
We can do whatever we want.
Waymond hears this and pulls out the signed divorce papers from his pocket. He looks them over, then tears them up. Joy spots the karaoke machine on the ground. She picks up the microphones and shakes the glass from them.
You can touch, you can play. If you say, I'm always yours.
Waymond turns on the TV and presses play. The lyrics of Barbie Girl by Aqua come on the screen from the opening. The remaining men from the Chinese church choir all begin to sing in harmony.
I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world, life in plastic. It's fantastic. You can brush my hair, dress me everywhere. Imagination.
As their tearful song reverberates around the room, Evelyn and Joy look at each other and mouth the final lines.
Life is
Life
your
is your
creation.
creation.
This is good, even if it's just for a tiny speck of time. Fade to black. Interior apartment, morning. Evelyn and Waymond sit at the table, loading papers and receipts into a file folder. We hear the toilet flush and Joy steps into the room.
Okay, we're definitely late now, guys.
Joy, I know you could be a million other places right now. Thank you for coming.
Joy rolls her eyes. She leaves with Waymond, leaving Evelyn alone for a moment. Title, Part 3, All at Once. Exterior IRS building, morning. Becky drives up to the front entrance and the family climbs out.
Thank you for the ride.
Becky puts her car in gear, but Evelyn stops her.
Becky, you need to grow more hair.
This means the world to Becky. She rubs the shaved side of her head and smiles. Interior IRS lobby, moments later. Evelyn and Waymond walk down the hallway with Joy trailing behind them, pushing Gong Gong. Waymond looks down at Evelyn's hand. He gets the courage to hold it. She looks at him a bit unsure, then squeezes it back. They walk like that, holding hands towards the elevator. Joy heads to the bathroom.
I gotta pee. Hold on.
I should go too.
I'll hold your bag.
He hands it to her grateful, then turns away.
Wait.
She grabs his hand again and pulls him in, and they kiss. It's sweet, a little awkward. Interior IRS 9th floor office later. A wall of triumphant music plays as Evelyn looks at her family. Gong Gong naps in the corner while Joy idly scrolls through her phone, and Wayman politely nods to Deirdre, who chugs another protein shake. With saint-like serenity, Evelyn and Wayman hold hands and patiently wait as Deirdre lists all of their new infractions and thumbs through a pile of red sticky notes.
Evelyn, did you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Cut to black. Title: Everything, Everywhere, All at Once.
Great
Hey.
job,
Forgive
everyone.
me for butchering the Barbie song. I'm tired.
You're
you
fine.
didn't.
We're good.
Oh, wow.
Awesome job. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Nicely done, you guys. That's so good.
Really
did
brought the emotion
amazing.
there at the end.
Yeah, I kind of have to. This movie's like
Yeah.
gut wrenching in the best possible way. It's so good.
It absolutely
Wonder it
is.
won an Emmy.
And
Oscar.
Both. Well, it won a lot of awards. It won like 40
Yes,
something
it did.
now.
42
Right.
awards I counted.
Woo!
Yeah.
It's
There- yeah.
it's everything. 42.
It won every award everywhere.
Did you know that in the history of every award season, this is the only film that's won the most awards out of all the nominations? I think out of 700 nominations, it won like 340 something. So that's the only film in the history of award season that's won the most awards out of all, Oscars, SAG,
Beautiful.
you name it.
Very
Wow.
cool. Well deserved.
Wow. Yeah, this is, someone else said somewhere like this movie is like a game changer. It's gonna like now the movie that people getting into film school and wanting to be directors are gonna reference this movie as like, that's what got me into it. That's what
I hope
changed
so.
it. I
Yeah.
hope so. But
There need to
we'll
be
talk
more movies.
Yeah, we'll talk more about how amazing your performances was, how amazing this movie is, how amazing everything else is in our after discussion. But first, I want you guys to be able to give your outros in case you have to go for the night, because I know it's late for some of you.
It is late.
We'll go around and tell people again who you are, but this time more where they can find you and what you're doing and what you want to do, etc. So again, in my top corner is Vicky Dykes.
Hi, I'm Vicky Dykes. I live in Penhold, Alberta. I'm an actress. And you can find me on Instagram, YogaGramma7, but I have 10 now. Yes, we had our 10th grandchild was born Sunday early morning. Babies like to be born early morning.
Wow. I didn't even know you had one.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congrats.
I'm also on Facebook under the name Vicky Dykes. And what am I doing right now? This and Shakespeare reading. I'm going to be doing an improv class starting April 15th. And just enjoying creativity. And I'm a hot mess, so you should move on.
Not at all. You're amazing. Next on my screen is me. So Jacob Patrick is based in Los Angeles, jacobpatrick.com, but usually just come here every week. Like, subscribe. And next we got Heather Lee Cameron.
Hi, my name is Heather Lee Cameron. I'm an actress. I'm a writer. I'm a voice actress. I am a family history research student and an independent filmmaker. I live in Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada. You can find my work on YouTube under the Storm and Latter-day Saint, or you can find it under Heather Lee Freelancer. I've been doing all sorts of entertaining, either on paper, screen, voice, whatever, for most of my life. My first piece actually came out when I was 6. There's no joke in that. You can look at the date. But I'm not doing anything right now that I can speak of. But I will hopefully be able to speak of it eventually.
Sounds exciting. We can't wait to hear.
But I am always looking for work. So you can email me at heather.lee.cameron@gmail.com, or you can look up my socials on the Storm and Latter-day Saint, and they're listed, and you can contact me. And I'm a dual citizen of Canada and the United States. So I'm eligible to work in both countries.
Excellent, excellent. And we have Roger Anthony.
Hey, y'all. I had so much fun reading this with y'all. Just beautiful, beautiful job. I love the relationship between Vicky and Petra. Such a great, have my Kleenex here. So I'm an actor, writer, director, producer, singer, musician, and I cried when Kwan received his award on Sunday. I just want to say it's a huge step for, especially being of Asian descent. It made history, as you know, for Best Actress, and for Ki-hyu. Such a great comeback story for him. But as far as what I'm doing, I do have. I'll drop it in the. I just finished a just really short, small role in a film shooting in Augusta a couple weeks ago, and then I do have a lot of stuff that's been coming out on streaming. Coming out on Prime April 7th. There's a movie that's coming out. I did with Dennis Quaid and Heather Graham called On a Wing and a Prayer, and it's based on a true story. I'm going to drop the link there, and it is a faith-based movie. I'm not going to give you any spoiler alerts here, but it drops April 7th on Prime, and yours truly, I have a nice supporting role in the film, and some other stuff come. And I'm just praying that there isn't a writer strike. I'm hoping and praying that we resolve this as
Oh no, is WGA on the tenterhooks again?
well, I don't know. We'll see what happens at the end of the month. But anyway, I'm praying and hoping. I'm grateful to be part of this group. Thank you to Angel for being my angel. And just kudos to everyone here. I'm like, you guys rock, and I'm just grateful to be part of this reading group.
Thank you.
Sorry. I could be reached at Roger Anthony D on Instagram.
Perfect. And we can't wait for your film to come out. Can't wait to watch it. And Erin, Lilith.
Yeah, hello there. I'm Erin. I'm a voice actor. You can find my link tree, which I finally directed my right URLs to. So you can find me at erinlillis.com. It will go somewhere, hopefully. And all my links are there. You can hear me every weekday on the Ink Productivity Tip of the Day on smart speakers or on podcasts. I am a regular cast member of the No Sleep podcast, the horror podcast. And I have a couple games coming out. One's called Dredge. It's a horror fishing game. I am playing a character in that, and a few others I can't mention yet because of NDAs, but basically you wouldn't have heard it anyway. And
Wait,
that's
is
me
the
for now.
fishing thing like Jaws?
No, it's inspired by Lovecraft. So Lovecraft inspired fish.
What is it even? I've never.
Yeah, it's hard to explain.
Very interesting.
Did you have more you wanted to say, Erin, or was that?
Oh, nope, that was my wrap up.
All right. Awesome. Busy. Can't wait to see more of those two links, even so we can see the Lovecraft stuff. Crazy, weird, scary. But Petra, you're next to tell them all about yourself, etc.
Hello. Petra Stedman. This is, just honestly one of my favorite movies now. I think it's absolutely cracked my top 5. I was thrilled watching the highlights of the Oscars this weekend and just bawling my eyes out at everybody's acceptance speech. I will say one tiny thing, not that Jamie Lee Curtis isn't the daughter of amazing actors and an amazing actress herself and everything like that. And I think her performance in this was amazing. However, my one tiny thing, I think Stephanie Sue should have won for Best Supporting. Her performance was just amazing. And that's my only small quibble with the film. Other than that, it's I'm thrilled. It's just build like a 1/64th replica of the Titanic out of all the, if you melted down all the awards this thing has won this season. I'm so thrilled that it's getting the recognition and everything like that. Where's to find me? At Petra Stedman on Twitter. When I feel like going over there and ranting before the Tesla King takes it down. I'm occasionally findable at Petropedia42 on Instagram. Yeah, I gotta get back over there and start posting on occasion. My stuff has fallen by the wayside, but I'm working on it.
I haven't seen them lately.
And in the meantime, yeah, here, whenever something just comes along where I'm just like, I must be a part of that. Which is often because you guys pick great scripts, and like I had so much fun having a lovingly dysfunctional relationship with Vicky tonight. It was just wonderful. So thank you.
It was awesome. Thank you. And Roxane.
Roxane Armstrong. I'm an actress in Central Alberta, not far from Vicky or Angel. I am loving this group as well. This is a wonderful chance to just learn a few more things about film. I'm traditionally a theater trained actress, so I tend to be a little big. I've done some short films, and that's the biggest thing I noticed. So it's nice to use this to learn to bring it down close. And I am Roxane Armstrong on Facebook and Roxane over on Instagram.
Sweet. And last, but we know not least, because she's a huge part of this, Angel Peterson.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, when my internet decides to behave, then maybe I can take part a little better. But yeah, hi. I'm making some good progress on my script, which is also a true story. And I'm channeling this here.
Hey, that's
my Oscar.
That's a little inappropriate.
Oscar. It'd be so big. Anyways, very soon I will be completed my very first, not my very first, but my first draft of this particular feature. And then I'm going to be casting a little Zoom table reading of it. So if any of you guys want to take part, yes. Awesome. Yeah, I put a post on my page. So just
volunteer as tribute.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm going to be writing down after I'm done, I'll be writing down the breakdown of all the characters and everything. So see who I've got and who. Anyways, that's exciting for me. I'm going to be talking with a potential manager for my writing, a writer's manager or whatever, tomorrow. So that's kind of exciting. And it sounds like he's already got something lined up that he wants me to take a look at. So that's
cool.
Yeah. I don't know if this is something that I should be like not saying, or if it's good to say.
All the wins along the process.
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty neat. It's nice to actually take action. So here's something that I think is important. And like people might think, oh, what's joining a table read going to do for me and whatever. But what it does is it makes you take action towards something that's important to you. And each time you take action towards something that's important to you, you're closer and closer to it. So that. I'm glad that you guys are all here. Glad that we started this a year and so ago. Mm-hmm. And it's pretty cool that it keeps going along.
Yeah, and it's still going 99%.
Yeah. Oh, and I was listening to
all of you. It's awesome.
Yeah. I was listening to Stand By Me, the song, thinking, man, that would be a good one to do too. So 2024 could be, or maybe in the place of what this was, because we already had this. Yeah,
anyway. We have an opening in June now, because we had this one on the schedule for sure, but we did also think it was going to be the Oscar winner. So,
yeah.
As you mentioned, we're going to keep doing this. So get your scripts that you want for 2024. And I know some of you already have, and we have those set aside.
I haven't yet. I'm just trying to get through the weeks.
Yeah.
You can
Get
do
your
it. You can get through the week.
Save some
I know I
space
sent
for
you about
me.
300.
keep working on
What
your.
the hell? Are you
uh,
serious?
Hey, shh, I'm talking here. It's still my turn, woman.
And she was exaggerating.
So
Or
keep
not.
on with your dreams, because someday you might be owning one of these.
Yeah. Awesome.
There, look at, there it is. Isn't it pretty? We both got one, Roger and I. Oh, can't hear you. You're on mute.
Angel and I are going to go to In and Out
Yeah,
with our Oscar.
with our
I'm gonna go to
Oscar.
Hollywood and Highland. I'm gonna buy one of those right now.
No, you never know. That might be nice to get. That's possible.
Yeah. There's my little.
It is. A
Little
lot of the
Oscar.
actors and actresses, like people that won even this year, and it happens often. Like sometimes it's the first time in a film. Other ones, like they've been working in the industry forever and they don't get one or finally get one. And some they've disappeared for, half their life and they're back in the credits.
Yeah.
You never
Oh,
know.
I love those stories.
Mhm.
Yeah. Of the
Like,
guy from.
if you love it, keep doing it. But do we want, okay, so I know it's late. We also said our outros. So anyone who has to go, you can say good night. And otherwise we'll take, I guess, another mini break and then come back and talk about things.
I am tired. I'm going to set a boundary and admit that I'm tired. And
Good
I'm
job.
very tired.
That's good self-care there.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll be
oops.
coming back.
Balance what, Daddy?
You start taking a nap on the
I
runway
clicked.
when you wake up.
What the hell was that?
I clicked the link and it started playing.
Wow.
That's
And it applied pretty well into it because it talked about taking a nap and going to sleep, waking up.
Yeah.
I thought it
Anyway,
was you
I'll
for a
just
second, Roger. You
closing
disappeared.
comments.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm very proud of Michelle Yeoh because I've loved her ever since I saw her in Star Trek Discovery as Philippa Georgiou, both in the Prime universe and the Mirror universe. And I saw a little bit of Crazy Rich Asians. I saw clips of that, and she's amazing. Well done for her historical moment last night, and well done to this movie. We love you, Michelle Yeoh.
Mhm. All right.
yeah.
Break time. See you guys in a few minutes. And then we'll talk more about this awesome movie.
But I'll see you later.
Yeah,
See
see
you
you
later,
next
Heather.
week.
See you
Bye-bye.
next
Good
week
night,
for ER.
For ER next week. All right. Have a good week, Heather. The rest of you that can stay, we'll see you in a few minutes and talk some more. So exciting, Vicky. All right, Roxane. Would you like that company and sweater anyways, or are you a little more prompted to get it because it's Roxy?
Oh, this?
Uh-huh.
Actually, you know what? I stole this from my kid.
See, Heather was right about you looking like a teenager. Just kidding. Stealing your kids' clothes.
Yeah, I don't even really know where it came from. Pretty sure it was her closet.
Sure. I don't know where this came from.
My sister did, however, get me a Roxy t-shirt from Hawaii, specifically because it was Roxy.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Most of us are back, and I'm sure the others will come back soon, but we can start talking about what are you guys' like favorite scenes and stuff from this movie. Oh, we didn't get to talk about Heather, about how much she was able to get from it, because even watching the movie, it's hard to grasp everything. You know what I mean? So anyone can speak up about favorite things about this movie. Or not. I guess I'll go first.
There's too much to talk about.
I just got back.
It's literally everything everywhere all at once. It's like, what do you want to talk about? Everything.
I have something to talk about.
Yes, please do.
I have complaints.
Oh, really?
What?
No, I don't really have complaints. I just found out. Well, I have two topics. The first is that I just found out that these two boys, these two Daniels, went to the same film school that I did.
What?
Oh,
but they went 10 years after me, which means that my parents' tuition paid for their education. So they should be thanking me.
Where's your cut?
Was there no
Where
more
is my
tuition?
cut?
Tuition
Yeah,
after
because
that?
like when I went to this film school, we had to learn everything on old equipment. And I was just reading something about them in the alumni paper, the alumni magazine, and all the new equipment they got to play with. So I feel jealous.
And some of their VFX people on the team, like this was an incredibly small VFX team for this movie, but some of them actually also went to school with the Daniels. So
I found out that the
school.
Becky and the opera singer or the opera dancer, who was also in their music video for Turn Down for What, who was also in Glow, I found out just also they were also alumni. I did not know them. I am older than them. I am bitter.
But this also shows people that when you're in school, I remember this happening when I was in school, that you don't view the other people in your class as competition. You don't view them as like, I got to be better than that actor. I got to be better than that writer or animator stuff. You got to view them as teams and contemporaries, because when they know about a job, who's their network at that time? Their network are the other people they know from school. So if they know you and you're fun to work with and you're good at what you do, you're who they're going to tell about the job. So like,
we actually have a thing. I mean, I'm sure a lot of colleges have this, but we call it the Emerson Mafia, where we do share within the mafia our other opportunities.
It's like this group.
Yeah.
Any group you can.
The table read mafia.
Your guys, what's it called? Ones that you do, Vicky, you're not Sherlock. Starts with an S.
Shakespeare.
Another one. Detective to figure that out. But yeah, any group. So awesome.
The other thing I wanted to talk about, if anyone has something, okay, I'll just go for it. Is somebody told me before I saw this movie that, I heard it was about ADHD. And I was like, oh, is it? And then I was like, well, that based on the title, that makes sense. And then I watched it with that thing because I am coming in as I got my ADHD diagnosis in my 40s. So watching the movie from that perspective was, holy shit, she has ADHD and she doesn't know it. And that's like there's that one hardcore line in the middle that really stabs at you if you have ADHD about how like you're terrible at everything.
Yeah.
And that's why you're the best for this. And it was like all your hobbies you confuse your hobbies with businesses and why you're always distracted and everything that like Michelle was like, okay. And then I just found an article to confirm that was the case, that she is meant to have undiagnosed ADHD.
Well, one of the Daniels, I think, had undiagnosed ADHD well into his, I think at least his late 20s or early 30s. And that kind of populated the thought behind when they started shifting the focus from, this was originally written for a male lead. They actually wanted Jackie Chan to be the main character. And then they started focusing, they're like, actually the relationship with the wife makes more sense to have her be the focus. And then you can have the wife mother dynamic, and like, you know, how that translates is like, you're still a human of your own like trying to find your own identity. And then like, you have just all these, there's 24,000 pieces to this one character, like just beyond the multiverse. And I'm like, yeah, that's fair. And so they wrote that, although it's not explicit, it's implicit. So you can read it through that lens if you want to, which I thought was very cool.
Yeah, I just read an article that said, like, he was like, well, what if we give her ADHD? And then he started researching all night, and he was like, holy shit, I have ADHD. And that's how he figured it out. That's pretty cool. That's because cool. Like the experience of having like thousands of universes in your head all at once is what it's like to have ADHD.
It's interesting.
Jacob, you're muted.
Oh, no, it's interesting that when I was growing up, ADHD it's the kid who's bouncing off the walls. That's who has ADHD. If you're sitting there and you're still and your mind is bouncing off the walls, you wouldn't think that that's what it's about. Right. But
which is why the females get more undiagnosed.
Yeah.
Well, it also presents differently in females than it does in males. So it's like, it's harder to diagnose when it's not just the inability to focus or to like to, you know, easily distracted or whatever. It's like your brain literally does not have an off switch half the time. It's exhausting trying to find the ability to and the energy to focus on one thing and not hyperfixate is.
You too?
But kind of like
possibly
kind of like she had, having all these ambitions and passions and things you want to do, but you still don't do them or get them done. And somebody just sent me a really good link about this recently. Okay, Angel smiling, it was her. But if somebody's questioned it, I don't know, makes you feel very validated. Like you watch this video and it's like, whoa. So I'll send that to you, Erin, or whoever else, but I'm gonna put it in the comments of this video. I'll do it right now. So
you could even put it in, yeah. Oh, that's what you mean, not here. Gotcha.
On YouTube. Yeah.
On the YouTube. Yeah. Good idea.
Yes.
Look at that handsome man.
I enjoy
debonair looking. Sorry, Roger's got his face up.
I know. I enjoyed the parts of it that were just so absurd. And I don't know what you said in the chat, Petra, that you didn't know how I said that line with the straight face. And I'm not sure which one it was because there were a number of them. But
yeah. Spaghetti boy.
Thinking about that in terms of an ADHD brain and the absurdity. And that's sometimes where our brains go. Like sometimes we're off in very absurd places that, you know, like the rock world and the sex closet and then, you know, all the absurd things.
Right. I think the line specifically that I said it about was he's as excited or as surprised as a spaghetti boy could be. I don't know how you said that with a straight voice because we couldn't see your face at the point that I was like, there was not a hint of a giggle or a titter or any distraction whatsoever. You said that as straightforward,
like you were thinking about your own sweet spaghetti boy.
Yeah, your own little spaghetti noodle boy, and having to explain holes versus no holes. It's, I mean, sorry that.
We got it.
Moving on.
Holes versus no holes. But yeah, even you saying that name and title, like I was stumbling every time I tried to say that, and you just like smooth like butter. So.
Oh, there was an awful lot of giggling,
like butter, like soft flowing over pasta. Like olive oil in a pan, just smooth.
So it doesn't let me put the.
So who else noticed in the portion that I read as narrator, there were a number of times that they said Michelle instead of Evelyn?
I caught that.
I was like, was that?
I'm like, who's Michelle all of a sudden? Was I not paying close enough attention?
No, you were, but like, okay, was that, now here's the question. Do you think it was a stylistic choice or is Michelle like a variant of Evelyn in that she's playing the character playing herself?
I thought
Or
error.
is it just like that's who they wanted to play, and so that's who they wrote into the script? I mean, I don't know. This is
They had her
talk
name
amongst
as
yourselves.
Michelle
Yeah.
throughout the entire script, but then Michelle went to the Daniels and said, no, got to change it. It's too close and this and that. So,
Oh,
so they didn't catch those two when they made the changes, apparently.
Okay.
I've had that happen.
They just snuck through. Final
Yeah.
pass of editors, guys. Final pass of editors.
I just read something that said that Michelle was going to try and talk him out of the hot dog fingers scene, and then she forgot. And then Jamie Lee Curtis came on, and she was like, "Let's do all the silly stuff," and so she was fine with it.
Yeah.
And then there was that one scene that, what was it? I guess the Spaghetti Boy. Like that one
Yeah.
didn't make it in.
It
So-
didn't. There were one or two that were that they had something like, even in the movie, if we're talking quick cuts, you see something like 200 versions of at least Waymond and Evelyn with the various characters that they all jump into, or at least the flash scenes that you see. And I was like, that's crazy enough. And then just within the thing, I think it's something like 40 that we see in the movie specifically. And I'm like, or being referenced or tapped. And I'm like, I think I'm okay with the few. There are a few that I think I would have been fascinated to see, and one or two I think we could have lived without. And much as I am a pasta fanatic, I think I'm okay with the fact that Baby Spaghetti Noodle Boy was not a part of this, and I'm okay with
I think
that.
that was a good edit. If they have to choose something, I think that was good.
Yeah,
I think that some of it is actually funnier to read. And I say that not having seen it, but reading the lines about the hot dog fingers mating ritual coming to a close, getting ready to squirt their condiments everywhere.
Yeah,
I think that that's much funnier to read. I don't know what that would have looked like
it's
on screen, but
Pretty funny on screen too.
Oh yeah, it's a little gag inducing. It's as love sometimes can be, I suppose, but just it's one of the only scenes I get why they did it. It's absurdist, it's borderline Dada, it's great, but it's just like, okay, I'm gonna be over here eating something that looks nothing like your hands at the moment, please.
And it's kind of nice, Roxanne, you were able to like read that and see that without it. Because when you said it right now, I did like visualize it with a whole other, now like it's the first time I was hearing it. But before, while we were reading it, I was picturing the movie. So I was only seeing it that way. So that's cool. But yeah, I, like you guys were saying, like the scene when they show the dancing people on the screen doing that, at first I was like, a little bit myself.
not having seen the movie at all,
Yeah.
just hearing the read as an actor, all I can think of is, oh my God, this would have been so fun to do.
Crazy. Yeah.
Of not seeing the movie and probably not analyzation videos, what did you maybe take from it, or what part, is there stuff about it that you can put into words that was confusing, or it seemed to make sense? Or?
No, actually, I think I followed it all pretty well.
Well,
But I just think like the opportunity as an actor to be able to play all of that, like that is like ultimate play. It's just play, like amazing.
Can I also go ahead?
I'll say that real quick. Remember your thought, Angel. Put it in your head. I always say this thing.
How'd you get that Google eye across the?
Start writing your own little short film of which makes sense in a story world of you being able to play all the characters that you want, and then make that with the team up there in Canada. You don't have to do all of it yourself. You can as much as possible, but you can let me find someone who wants to be a director. They don't know what they want to do, or maybe you can find a writer if you don't feel up to it yet. But I think you can do it all. Okay, sorry, Angel.
It's okay. It disappeared. But some parts of, no, I know what it was. It's just, you were sitting in such a way that it looked like you were buried in the sand because
I noticed that earlier.
Like, it was funny.
So white that.
So I just wanted to point that out because you had like sand in front of you. It's funny. Parts of it, and I don't know if it's just me, but parts of my script, the mural, remind me of this. I think just the absurdity of some of it, but with purpose. So,
and wanting somebody to take that dark jump with you, I think too, which was in your script as well. So,
how do you explain? Oh, sorry.
Continue.
Yeah, I don't think I understood
What you meant?
The
Oh
dark
no,
one.
there's that line that Jobu says that she wasn't looking for somebody to defeat her. She was looking for somebody who would understand how she felt so they could come with her
Oh,
into the bagel of oblivion. She didn't make it to destroy
okay.
everything. She just made it to destroy everything she
Yeah.
was feeling. And
Right.
so if
Yeah.
Evelyn felt how she felt and was willing to kind of go, hey, nihilistic bagel, let's go. And it's like, I don't have to be alone in this thing where I have felt so alone. That's why I made this thing. So it's, you had a similar point
Yep.
in the mural with Cole. And I think that's kind of why the events of that kick off the way that they do. It's just that it's partially like, I'm so in love, whether, ride or die type of attitude, but also you don't want to do something like that alone. Even if you feel so alone, and that's why you're doing it in the first place. But doing something like that is a ultimate statement of, I am with you. You don't have to be alone in this moment. But anyway.
Yeah.
There
Okay.
is definitely some darkness there of, being a rock standing at the edge of the cliff and just wanting to jump.
Yeah.
Roll.
Being so overwhelmed with everything that you feel. I think that a lot of people probably feel that way, when you're just so much circling and it just becomes too much. So it's really nice that they tied that up with Evelyn Rock finding her at the bottom.
Yeah, it is a movie that brings up those hard to talk about subjects about nihilism, or like, again, nothing matters, and then because nothing matters, we don't have to worry about it or whatever. Like, yeah, so it almost feels dangerous in a way, but I don't know. What do you guys think about it?
Oddly freeing, I think. It's an interesting philosophy to look at anyway. So.
And what were you saying? You were going to say something, Erin?
Oh, I was on a slightly different topic of this whole parallel universe thing. They got really close to what I've been wanting to see, which was the now it's taking place in your universe. And like they showed Michelle in Crazy Rich Asians, and they showed her cuts of her actually as Michelle, but her character was still Evelyn. But there's a show I watched that I loved and they canceled on Netflix called The OA, where it was also exploring multiverses, and the next season was supposed to be taking place in our universe with the characters actually playing themselves, but it got canceled before that happened. I was really wishing to see
bring it back.
Yeah.
Just know that your expectation and imagination of it would be better than the execution. This way you're not going to be disappointed.
That's so ridiculous that they cancel it, because I thought it was doing really well. Why would they?
I think it was, but I just love everything that particular actress writes. It's all
I want to see all of it. I've tried to find some of it and can't. So
do you know her name?
Yeah, I can't remember.
Britt Marling.
Right.
Yes. Oh, Sound of Your Voice. Sound of My Voice. Yeah. Great. That one actually bothers me because that was supposed to be the first film of a trilogy, and I'm like, I would have been fascinated to see what the second film was going to explore, because it was going to start to let you know what was going on with the kid. I was like,
it's such a cool idea concepts. Her and her writing partners are all like that. They're all like mind fucks. But
now I wonder with this, with all the wins that this has got, if that'll open the door for that type of film to stick around more.
This being a film is unique, but like this kind of concept is not that unfamiliar to people who watch like genre TV. It seems it comes up a lot.
Yeah, I mean, even the Marvel movies.
I mean, even
multiverse
the multiverse and the Avengers and all that.
Yeah, and honestly, no offense to Marvel, this film, like, Multiverse of Madness was here. This was like here.
When I first saw the trailer, I thought this was a Marvel Universe movie.
Yeah,
it was just a different take on it.
Have you seen Loki, Petra? Okay, cool.
Although where that fills you, I think, with a strange sense of existential dread, as a lot of reviewers were commenting. I think in a weird way, for centering around a nihilism bagel that was birthed of like depression and a desire to not go on any further, this is weirdly hopeful. It kind of buoys you emotionally and like almost on a metaphysical level. It's like you kind of it's cathartic in a way because you are crying. You have to cry. If you are a literal rock with no emotion, if you can sit through this and not cry, it's just not possible.
Not
Like,
with the way you two read it. Couldn't.
yeah, well, yeah. And it's like, I
Well
find
done.
it hilarious more than anything. My name literally translates to rock. So like you literally are getting like tears out of a stone. But this movie is so good. And it's like, I don't see how people, I don't know, the weirdly, it's almost like, I don't know if it's cathartic and that's why you feel better after you watch it, or just, yes, it can be hopelessly crushing to think about everything that is out there if this is a true thing, versus like this tiny little speck that you live on and these tiny little fractions of a split second of time that are like not terrible, where you have a chance to be happy or fulfilled or something for just a moment. And it's like, why does this movie make me feel so much better than Loki? Loki is like, ugh, and this one is like, well, crap, I feel better now, which is good.
That is awesome. That is really good.
This does take the relationship between a mother and a daughter to a whole new complicated level.
Oh, it does. Yeah.
As the mother of a daughter.
I mean, I watched this with my mom, and we're both sitting on like opposite. We literally sat on opposite ends of the couch, and we were just moving closer and closer and closer to each other as the movie went on.
You were like the rock, but you were
across the
rolling.
center cushion, and then we moved and we sat. Right about the time that she gets like, go ahead, settle on the crack, get comfy. We literally sat, and she's like, if your couch drops me, I'm going to be mad. And I'm like, no, it's fine. But we literally sat, and we just like, by the end of it, we're like huddled almost on the center cushion together, just like huddled around each other and crying. And it was a good moment with my mom.
That should be a cute little short film.
Yeah, they start off on the couch, slowly get closer and closer and closer.
It is my daughter's birthday today. I just thought I would,
happy birthday, daughter.
Happy birthday to my daughter.
Did you get her a pie?
No pie. No.
Oh, yeah.
No pie. She doesn't like pie, but yes, it's pie.
Oh, wow. Born on Pie Day doesn't like
Better
pie.
than the other version of what people call her day.
I have no idea.
So Roxanne, I do have one question. Having now read the script, since you hadn't come into this having seen the movie, are you going to watch the movie now?
Yes.
And see how it compares?
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Oh, there's some of the things. Okay. Rakakuni makes me laugh so much.
Oh, yeah.
The Rakakuni. And what was the other one that just makes me giggle? There's a few in this that are like, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
But Rakakuni is one of them.
Definitely.
I mean, the hot dog
Randy
fingers, but-
Newman is the voice of Rakakuni in the movie.
I'm
You
really
said
bad with
Randy Newman?
names.
You said
The
Randy
guy
Newman?
who wrote like every single Pixar song for like, for instance,
Oh.
like Toy Story. That guy.
And they have his song playing when it shows them together and stuff.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
he's
so
the voice
cute.
of- he's the voice
That's
of
another
Goofy.
thing when they use the lines. Who sings that one song that your hair won't fall the same way?
Oh, it's absolutely Story of a Girl.
Yeah.
Something weak. Yeah.
So they wrote, I don't know how many versions, like 7 different versions of that song, 9 different versions that play in the different universes and stuff.
So that was very cool.
It's gonna bug me that I don't remember. There was something else that just is so funny in this, but I can't think of it.
Yeah,
No,
I definitely want to see it. And also, I have to see Jamie Lee Curtis in this. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. She's
Yeah.
awesome.
I do.
She's awesome.
One tiny note. I will say I almost don't want to spoil it, but I have to bring this up because I do. So in this one, she's Atkins, but in the movie, her name is Deirdre Beaudeirdre because I thought it would be funnier. They named her after the name game. Deirdre Beaudeirdre, Banana Fan. Yeah, that's where they came up with the name, and I'm like, that's
hilarious.
It's just an added level. It's just so good.
It's awesome that you can tell these filmmakers just have so much fun. Like it seems like
Yeah.
they put so many more references in this movie than even Quentin Tarantino does in his movies. You know
Oh,
what
yeah.
I mean? It's awesome.
I mean, it's
And-
like if Edgar Wright was on speed, or some extremely mind expanding substance, even like to put him on like a level or two above where he already is. This seems like a movie that he would just have probably like cranked out in a weekend or something. He would have been like, dude, a woman does her taxes and saves the multiverse. come here. And I was just like, yeah, it just totally seems like something you would have done.
And Aaron, great Deidre, outfit.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good job. Thank you.
Excellent attachment to
Yeah.
excellent attachment to the Post-it. Yay,
Do you guys-
bagel!
Do you guys know where they got that outfit from? It's
Was it
an
her own closet?
actual it's an actual IRS like image. Somebody that works
An
at the
ad.
IRS, they have like an image for IRS is wearing
wow.
something a lot like that. They're like, okay, here
That
we
is
go.
crazy.
That's
Trust
funny.
me, Google it.
I love that
And
in her
Petra-
her speech, she thanked like the Halloween fans too.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Petra, I thought it was so funny when the award, their award that he is for being most anal.
It literally is. It's like it's
It
a butt
is
plug
funny.
award
I
because
never
they have to be
thought
the
of that.
most anal auditor to get auditor of
So
the month.
funny.
And then the
I
massive
know.
one's like a super trophy with the thing at the top. And you're like, I mean, kudos to people for managing to stick to their fight choreography with that thing in.
Yeah, I got to see the movie for that scene alone.
Yeah.
Come
Oh
on.
yes, please do, please do. I am a little bit surprised though. We referenced it in the chat, so I will bring it up. Honestly, Michelle Yeoh's favorite scene and Stephanie Sue's favorite scene from the movie is the subtitled rocks, even though they were originally supposed to talk. And they're like, you know what? Let's just do like no sound. You hear like you hear wind, and that's it. But then they started subtitling, and it is so a scene with subtitled rocks being emotionally resonant. That doesn't make sense, but it works. It's
Yeah.
just so good. And it's like a lot of people's favorite scenes. I'm like, hell yeah, if they had cut it, I would have been
might be one of
devastated.
mine. Yeah.
And don't they change the font as well to
Yeah,
get
there's
motion
like,
or something?
There's like color fonts and stuff. They like
Yeah.
Yeah. The size, the placement of it.
And it might have been the everything bagel that just the idea of an everything bagel that has
everything on it. And
Two
it's just
things. Well, one, like you're talking about the butt, like, okay, this is amazing that it won and breaking a lot of different boundaries and stuff that it won the Oscar and all these awards for all those reasons. But can you believe that it won when it had like a dildo fighting scene? Those hot dog fingers and butt plugs like that won Best Picture. Like,
kind of crazy.
You mentioned that to someone, they were like, no way, impossible. Like, that's pretty crazy.
It makes me think of the video games though. There's a video game.
Games are you playing?
Grand Theft Auto. They have someone who beats people with that. So
one thing, and I know this has been referenced in a lot of other analysis videos, but the bagel, which I'm going to tip out of the way for, it's a black circle with a white center, and it represents like nihilism. And then you have the googly eye, and it's a white circle with a black center that represents hope and fun and lightheartedness and the opposite of nihilism. And I'm like, it's like the father and daughter's different ideals and worldviews, and it's so good. But it's like, it's a googly eye, and I love it.
Piece of trivia.
Just instantly makes the world better, and it's like, yes. And
when you watch the film, you catch a lot of the symbolism and this and that. But then when you see the analyzation videos, like, they took all the little details and thought about so much more on another level that you weren't even noticing. It gives even more respect. I want to mention for that everything bagel. At one point, they thought about, all right, let's try just using a regular bagel, and they're going to maybe just show it. They're like, that'd be pretty silly. It's just a bagel, and they're filming it or whatever. But what that is, it started as there's a free 3D animation software called Blender, and the guy did a tutorial on how to make a donut in that software. And so that's what he started with. So this is started with, and then he added things and changed things and made it black or whatever. But that was started with a tutorial in a free 3D software.
Oh, I love
like
it.
the actual thing that's actually there. So for anybody out there that wants to do certain stuff, like, that's available, and that's part of how they made this movie. They won Oscars.
Just go for it. Stop letting things get in the way of your dreams.
We don't really have limitations.
Yeah.
Just go. If you can imagine it and you can find a way to create it, just go forth and do it. And
And
look what may
drag your friends along sometimes.
Because
Take
that'll
along
help
with
all
you.
the people with ADHD to actually have deadlines and people relying
Yeah.
on them so they can get things done.
That would be amazing. You guys give me deadlines. Yeah,
Exactly.
here
Yeah.
for it.
I
That
mean, that's what I
reminded
think
me
is also-
something. Oh,
Go ahead.
just reminded me something I wanted to say about what Angel had said about this group helping to spur us to do more. And it made me think of Vicky buying her good mic and getting us
Yeah.
and yeah, I think it's a great confidence builder for me, to get back out there, do more things. I love you guys. I appreciate this group.
We appreciate you, everyone. But
We do.
like you guys are saying about that's one thing for this group is like, I always wanted to read more scripts, but I wasn't doing it. But now because we have this weekly meeting that we meet at every single week, and you guys help with the reading because it's just an awesome performance. That sometimes I get tied in and I forget to read or that my parts are there. Like it just makes it so much easier.
Yeah. More fun. Way more fun than grabbing a script and reading it.
Yeah, I read one
Well-
script in film school.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's surprising. Oh, but did you work on screenwriting? You must.
Yeah, okay. Well,
No.
fairness, I read the scripts that we made in student films and stuff. But I
Oh,
mean, like outside
right.
of that, a film that was already made, I read one script for fun.
That's what I was wondering. Did
Yeah.
did you have a screenwriting course that you took?
I did, yeah, a couple of them.
Did you
Crazy that
like?
they only
Did
gave you
they,
one to read?
did they assign more that you didn't read? Because like me in high school and stuff, we got assigned books
Yeah.
and stuff to read. I just didn't read them.
That's true.
Oh no.
I
In
skimmed.
retrospect, we had like one class because they're a semester long. It's not really long enough to write a script. So we had a writing for media class, and what we read was treatments and breakdowns and outlines. And then we would have to do that. And then in a screenwriting class, we maybe read one script or like our screenwriting books. And we only had to turn in the first act.
And see me, like ever since I was a little kid, if I could get my hands on a script, especially when I started realizing, that you can find out why their face looks like that, or maybe find out why their face looks like that, or what they were saying, or what that scene was about, or whatever. And I started getting my hands on scripts as a very small child. I still remember my mom's friend. We were visiting her. I had to have been, I don't know, 7, 8, and she was a part of a community theater group. I just remember it had to do with elves, and there was like a couple of boy elves and one female elf, and we're talking like Santa elves, not like Lord of the Rings elves. And they were, I literally snuck off by myself, and I was like sprawled out on her bed reading through, like it had to have been a 95-page script, and I literally was halfway through. It's like, is she reading the script? And I was like, yeah, can I find out what happens? They're like, that's a little bit of a grown-up I was like, but it's about elves. I was loving this thing. It was basically a story to me, and I was like, she's like, you're reading a script with like direction and dialogue and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah. And I started doing that. So I still just I love getting my hands on scripts and just being like, explain, reveal your secrets. I want to know what changed and what was new. So
do you want to read my new one?
Sure. Okay. I do find it interesting though. It's like Aaron in film school, I didn't even read a single script or didn't make through all the way. And I'm like, I'm just flashing back to one of my summers in Alaska, like holed up in a little office on a river mouth in between, crazy days. And I banged out 4 scripts in 3 months because I was just, I had time. I literally was like,
ADHD. I can't read.
Yeah. It's hard to read. That's the same with me, Aaron. That's why I have to do this thing because
because my mind
just
is
have
at
to
1,000
keep
other places
rewinding.
when I try to read.
Yeah. You read the same thing over and over and over and over, and okay, I'm going to pay attention at this time.
Which is why I liked movies, because they turn off all the lights in the movie theater and I have only one thing to focus on. So that's why I fell in love with them, because it was the only thing I literally could focus on.
And you're not supposed to use your phones in the theater. Nowadays, I'll have a full movie on and I'll still sometimes have my phone during certain parts or whatever, which I shouldn't do, but it's hard for me to do one thing at once. Like again, sometimes I'll purposefully have distractions on so it'll keep me focused. Otherwise, I'll get completely distracted. But yeah, movie-wise, Everything Everywhere at Once. Vicky, we haven't heard much from you. Putting you on the spot.
I didn't know that Jamie Curtis was in it. And while I was watching it, and it was not far into that scene, I said to my husband, honey, I think that's Jamie Lee Curtis. And he went, really? And she was talking and he went, it could be. Like, wow, what an interesting character for her.
Yeah. So not flattering, and she's gorgeous. So like
A
Yeah,
scene
but
that
she's
I
about
really
that. She believes in looking her own age and not fixing things.
yeah, just being who she is.
On that note, you guys, as actors, how do you guys feel about, like, the one character, the name of the character is Big Nose. That's the name of the character, the lady that walks the dog and stuff. How would you guys feel about someone like casting you? I mean, I'm sure you're happy. Oh, yeah, I got the role. But say you got a role and the name is something that someone could take personally or sensitively, like if it said old lady or fat man or
Oh yeah,
whatever it said.
That old
like,
lady.
happens to me.
Thanks.
I kind of wonder if they named it Big Nose when they already knew who they were going to cast, because it was Jenny Slate, who's a comedian.
Actually, they did not.
Did
They
not? Okay.
realized belatedly that they can call her that in the movie, but she is listed as Debbie the dog mom for a reason. They changed it, I think, 2 or 3 iterations of the script in, because they're like, oh yeah, that's really insensitive.
Yeah.
And it's not, they can call her that, but don't call her. That's not the name
Yeah.
of the character. That was originally the name of the character. And I'm like,
Oh,
thank you
wow.
for changing that. Massive appreciation.
Yeah.
Nicely done. But yeah, and it had nothing to do with that. But Jenny Slate was actually like kind of cool with it when she got cast. And I'm like, okay. But I think she asked them to change the dog breed. I don't know why, because it's not a French bulldog in the movie. But at one point I love that she calls it Johnny. She's like, sorry, Johnny baby. And she's like whipping it. I'm like, yes, I can tell that that's a fake dog. I'm still scared crapless, dude. I'm like, oh, please don't hurt the puppy. But yes, it's a very funny scene in the movie. But yeah. They did change it thanks to potential insensitivity on their part, even though they left it in the movie. But technically not in true, but yeah.
But do you guys feel like the mixed feelings? You're like, all right, this hurts, but also I'll take it, or every actor. No?
Yeah.
Oh,
Or like
I
an
would.
unflattering character description too. So
I've been in one situation once where I actually auditioned for something in person, and then I saw the other people that were there for the same role, and I was like, oh, this is clearly the fat brunette role.
Lovely, hey?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I think we have to love ourselves as we are. Maybe we want to change how we are, but we can just love and accept who we are and how we are right now, this moment.
And what if that gets you lots of roles and that
Cool.
gets your career going?
Right on.
Roger, I think it's the latest for you there.
It would be
for all of
very
us.
late.
Do you have any more you want to contribute? You've been quiet.
No, it's I've been listening. It's great to just hear everyone expound on the film, and there's just so much you could talk for days about this. So many things about the movie, themes and relationships, and I mean the thing that stuck out, because I never read the script obviously until tonight, but I appreciated the film more because of the writing and understanding the different universes. Just as a writing, the line of the slug line. And I think there was 8 universes, if I'm correct, 8 different universes that they were going back and forth.
I didn't keep track
between
of
the
them.
fingers and the rock and all that. So, as a writer and as a producer, producing the film, it just makes it just visually, like, setting up the shot list, and like, it's, for me as a filmmaker, it's a lot clearer on page when I'm watching it. I've only seen it once, but it was like, wow, this is just so much going on. But reading it tonight is like, oh, okay, now I know where I'm going from here to here to here to here to here. The bagel, and all that kind of stuff. So I do appreciate that coming from a technical standpoint. I mean, the acting was just incredible. Just relationships. I think for me personally, it's about relationships in pretty much most movies. You can have a great plot and this and that, but the relationships is what I'm attracted to, the characters. The one, especially between the mom and the daughter, is just that's gets you right in the heart right there. And I mean, Barbara Streisand made a huge career out of her nose. So I mean, she was and she didn't get any. I don't believe she got a nose job or anything like that, but she had a huge career. And I think we should, regardless of how we look and shape, size, I think we should embrace who we are, regardless, because that's what's going to get us work.
Yeah. I actually love seeing the flaws of people. To me, they make them look more attractive. There's something that's like it makes them interesting.
I forget the name of the actress that was in, is it Dirty Dancing?
Yeah, Jennifer Grey.
Oh, Jennifer Grey.
Okay.
Yeah.
How
right.
like she had a unique thing about her, then she got plastic surgery, it changed it, and now people didn't recognize her as that person unique anymore, and then didn't have many more roles.
Well, it's like, and even if you think it's a flaw, it's still something that makes you uniquely you. And maybe the thing that makes you uniquely you is exactly what someone's looking for, because they're not looking for like, okay, we have 20 brunette Barbie dolls over here and 20 brunette Barbie dolls over there. Oh, you're entirely different. You're exactly what I'm looking for. And you just slot right in there. And yeah, I don't know. Don't be afraid to embrace that, I guess.
Meryl Streep isn't what you would call traditionally beautiful. And there's a picture of her famously on a bus after getting told when she auditioned for King Kong that she wasn't pretty enough for the role. And she said that could have destroyed her, or she could just realize that that's just one person's opinion. And she's gone on to win how many Oscars?
Oh, and then conversely, that guy who, his name is escaping me, the star of Mad Men.
John Hamm.
Yeah, John Hamm was originally not handsome enough to be that character. Turns out they were wrong.
Oh, he's really handsome. What?
Exactly, yeah.
Aging is hard. Aging's a hard thing, and I can't to be doing it in the spotlight and
unless you're Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yeah.
She said aging. Michelle Pfeiffer doesn't age. So
that's also true.
She is aging though, and she's doing it beautifully, and naturally, and not filling her face full of shit, which is nice to see.
I don't know. Fabulous Baker Boys to Stardust. Are we sure there's a gap there? I don't think so. I'm like, I need to see the receipts, sir. This does not.
I just said the trailer for the
bathing in someone's blood.
Quantumania.
She's bathing in someone's blood, man. I'm sorry. That woman is. She's barely aging.
I think that all great characters are flawed. Anyway, obviously internally and externally. I think that's why we go see the movies and TV shows, because of these flawed characters. Like I said, internally and externally.
That's true.
Most people will gravitate to those characters because like, oh wow, I'm not I'm just like her, just like him. I mean, the elusive Barbie doll, Ken doll syndrome is kind of, I mean, gotten out of the 70s, 80s, like you got to be like this model-y type. That's all over. I mean, that's dead, has been dead. But now it's like, I mean, if you see Judd Hirsch in The Fableman, you see all these just really great characters who just, I mean, actors who don't change a thing. They just, this is who I am, Morgan Freeman. I could go on and on, but so don't get plastic surgery.
Exactly.
Stop
I
being
used to
a
have
machine.
a gap in my teeth, and then I was in this play, and when I talk, I guess the director said you have a sibilant S because of the space between your teeth. You need to get that fixed. So I was like, okay. So
I just fixed
now
my gap because I was on TikTok a lot, and I couldn't stand looking at it.
Ah, I don't think I even noticed mine. I have another gap here, and that one bugs me because it's really big, but it's just a gap. I don't know. I had one here,
Wait,
and then
Madonna has one, right? And she hasn't hurt her at all.
Oh, you can't.
yes, I have to see her again. Sorry,
Michael
what
Strahan.
You would not recognize Madonna if you saw her
I know she looks like a porcelain
at
doll.
all. I don't know. Like, she looks like an alien. It's horrendous.
Okay, scaling back to the movie. Any final thoughts on that?
Yes, thank you, Petra.
Sorry,
You're welcome.
Madonna.
No, you're good. We gotta.
Yeah,
I thought it was.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I thought it was quite intriguing. The scene I liked was where Wayman he was taking charge and he was opening up his fanny pack and pulling out his chapstick, or I should say lip balm. And I thought, what is he doing? And everyone's like, whoa, hey, what are you doing there? Careful. And he opens it and he actually looks at his wife to say, I got this. Look, it's like, whoa, dude. And then he does the absurd and takes a big bite. And that lets us know that's how you actually go to the other universes, is to, I don't know, shock. Somehow it's a shock thing. What is that?
Shock
It's the
yourself,
least
like pee yourself, or-
it's the least statistically probable action for you. So the most statistically improbable thing for you to do, the least likely thing for you to do organically, is the thing that gives you the greatest potential to jump. It gives you a jumping pad. So something like breaking your own arm. That's really hard. Going and taking a nap in the middle of a chase scene where somebody could literally kill you. I don't know about you. Adrenaline is not exactly a sedative for most people, but that's why it's really, the paper cuts. God bless them for covering the paper with tape to make sure he didn't accidentally hurt himself.
I hate paper cuts.
Paper cuts are horrible. Paper cuts are horrible. But it was just the movie's fantastic. So
what you guys just mentioned, that I got really clear in the script. It was super clear that they had to do that, and that's the jumping pad and how they did it. In the movie, the one time I watched it, I didn't catch that. Did you guys catch it while watching the movie? That you needed to do something like that?
Yes.
Or jumping pad? All right.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well,
I didn't really.
said if you some about peeing yourself, or tell her that you love her, and she's
and mean it though. That's the thing. You can't just say it. You have to mean it somehow.
But then that helped them to jump to that universe, didn't it? Or that multiverse, didn't it?
But it wasn't jumping. It was they were just downloading information, or they became aware of the other universe.
Which does eventually fade and tap back out, which is why he stops having like the fighting ability if you get knocked out of it. Like the scene where she and butt plug guy number one are fighting, they smack each other in the ear and their headsets bleep to the wrong color. And you're like, okay, they just lost whatever fighting ability they had. They have to restart. And it was a really fascinating concept, actually. It's just like, what is it that you can do that, and it is specifically like both jumping pads to get you to the thing, and also like specific ones linked to different places. Like the most statistically unlikely thing would put you here, or these 2 or 3 things would give you one of these options, and they may be like a little bit more statistically likely. But I was like, I really did like the concept behind that. It was very intriguing. I liked it.
Yeah.
Roger.
Yeah, oh, is that
No, that was thrown to you. Yep, catch.
I've never seen this movie was just so original, but it did give me like vibes or feelings from another movie that's totally not like it, but just the feeling and Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, where it was just this altered, not reality, but just going, you're trying to figure out what's going on at the same, at these moments. And but it just gave me that kind of vibe. And maybe a question is like, does this film remind you or gave you like, oh wow, this has some essence of this movie I've seen before?
It did actually. When we were casting it, we brought that up, or I said, because to me, Petra, the character you played in both of them seem very similar, not just because you played them, but I was like, oh yeah, she did that. She did Clementine really well. So I think she should do this one, because there's the quirkiness of both characters is very similar. So I don't know if that's maybe also what helped.
I feel like I've seen the whole like eat the chapstick thing before, like the weird things. Like I can't remember what it was from, but I feel like, oh, when I saw it, I was like, oh, they stole that from something, but I can't remember what it was.
I just know when I saw the trailer for this, it was immediately my highest anticipated movie of the year.
Yes.
And normally when that happens, it's like, I'm afraid of getting let down, because it has happened before. But it's great that this movie lived up to itself. You know what I mean?
I don't think you could have fully anticipated this movie either. So it's like whatever your expectations were, they were at least partially subverted. This movie went nowhere that you expected, and yet still somehow feels relatable.
Yeah. I mean, I just love the creativity or wackiness or something that does that.
Yeah. Comment on the wackiness, the unexpectedness of it, the spontaneity, they're just, like I said before, there's so many, I'm going to watch this over and over, because there's a lot of things I'm sure I missed. I just went over my head, or you missed some moments because I was like focused on like what just happened, and then we're going on to the next scene, like, oh wow, I missed that. But I will say, I wanted to say Oscar night was just one of the best Oscar nights for me, not just because I'm Asian, but because I was happy for Michelle Yeoh, but I was the most happiest for
Ke Huy Quan.
And the irony of ironies, and the universe just blesses people in at certain points of their career, and to have Steven Spielberg being nominated for The Fabelmans, who directed Ke Huy Quan in his basic first major film, Temple of Doom, and to have Harrison Ford give the award for
the best picture, and he goes up and out. Am I crying?
And did you see some? I watched a lot of interviews, and when Harrison Ford was at the Oscars, when he first saw Ke Huy Quan, it's like he didn't know it was him. He just says, "You're Short Round, right?" and that was like the first, and it was just like so really cool. And I mean, just everyone has their own journey, and he had his,
a lot of connections.
You all know his story if you haven't. It's incredible.
I think one of the only things I'm mad about is this movie, and even just seeing the roles that he played when he was a kid, with just this intense passion and just going for it, and especially this role is just moments like this when you see somebody that's like been working in a particular genre or not working at all, or it's like, what performances are lost forever that we didn't get because this person decided this wasn't for them anymore, or they didn't feel the roles were there, or they were stuck in some genre that wasn't really suiting them, even though they were giving it like, you know, as much as they could. And it's like, what performances would we have gotten out of him? It makes me like devastated a little bit. It's just like, this was an amazing comeback, and I'm so thrilled for him, and I'm so thrilled that he's getting the recognition. But it's like a little part of me is just like, can you imagine the 90s? Can you imagine like the millennium with like him in this role and him playing that character? And I'm like, oh, it breaks the heart a little bit to think about it. It's like, oh, the stuff that we don't get to see because you didn't think, I mean, obviously, and you were right that Hollywood just wasn't giving you what you wanted. The roles weren't there. And so you step back, you moved into a different thing. And it's like, I'm so glad he came back for this. I can't imagine anybody else playing this role. It's just, he is women, and he's so sweet.
He's so sweet. But maybe he wouldn't have been as sweet. Well, he probably would have. He would have.
Like this was necessary to tempt him back, but I'm just like, oh, little part of me, in some universe out there, he has like a shelf full of awards from roles that he did through like the last 20 or 30 years where he was getting roles that were worthy of him. And I would love to visit that universe for just a minute and just see like a quick highlight reel, and then come back to this one where he won for this role, and this was the one that brought him back. So
yeah, the empathy and personality he has, I mean, credit of course to him, but also the editing, like that little thing where they're cutting to him, and he looks sad, and then he's happy, like that little, like just little sequence will bring me to tears. I'm just like, it's so moving, so amazing. And then
I'm so happy for him. And yeah, Petra, you are right. Although I think in this reality, obviously, to get, this is his coup de main, or the piece de resistance, or
magnum opus. This is phenomenal.
You know, I mean, he's the role of a lifetime for him. But he's still young. He's only 51, 50 something.
So yeah. So
I mean, but I'm so glad that, and thanking his mom, you know, I mean, it's just, my mom was 84 years old and she's home, and wow, we just won an Oscar, you know. It's like,
I'm so glad I'm so glad you got me to watch his acceptance speech.
Oh God.
It's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, I lost it when what's her name? Ariana, when she
said his name.
Said his name.
Oh, I know.
Yes.
And she cried. I'm like,
I love that.
I'm going,
Yeah.
But thank you for posting. It's 1:39 here.
Oh goodness.
Go to bed. We're sorry. Go to bed.
No. It was
Shut
just
your third eye.
great job,
Petra, you're missing yours.
Roger.
I know I had to take mine off.
We should all have our Google eyes and
take another picture. Do the Google.
Make a move.
Mine is homemade.
Yes.
I gave all mine away.
Did you notice when the editor won for the award, he was wearing a Google eye on his tie and his wife was wearing one as a brooch?
Oh, cute. I didn't get to watch that.
And I think that when Michelle won or something, they cut to Jamie Lee Curtis and she was like, bagel.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I saw that. That was great.
And guess what?
What?
Guess what didn't happen at the Oscars?
Whoa.
Nobody got punched? Oh.
Yeah.
Nobody got attacked.
Slapped.
Nobody got attacked this year.
Although, you know, if there was an opportunity for a slap, do you remember when what's his name? Jimmy Kimmel was going through the audience, and he asked, what's the Irish actor?
Colin Farrell?
Colin Farrell?
Yeah, Colin Farrell. It's like, so I didn't understand what you were saying in the movie, you know, because of what happened in the SNL skit about the full, talk about insensitive, you know, skit about the SNL skit about all the Irish people that drink, and whenever you see Irish people, you it's just unintelligible, the dialogue. So that's why I think that if there was if it was Will Smith, he would have probably slapped then. But thank God Colin Farrell did you see the SNL? Just watch the SNL episode and you'll understand. And then there's this backlash on Twitter about that SNL skit, not only because of the Irish stereotype, being portrayed, but Colin Farrell has been sober for like I don't know how many years now, and the whole skit was about like drinking, being drunk and all that stuff, and for Jimmy, I guess Jimmy didn't get the memo about the skit last night. He's like, if I was a producer, like, listen, don't say anything about like Irish people being unintelligible, because that's gonna see. But other than that, it was there's no slaps. Thank God.
Yes. But speaking of Irish, the Banshees of Inisherin. Whew. That's
good movie. Like, I think I mentioned in the previous one, I don't want to go too far on a tangent from this movie, but if I read that script, I think I would have said this should be a short film, or someone told me an idea. I would say, oh, I love this idea, but no. But that's why I give credit to like the auteur, the writer director, because the way they wrote it and the way they had the vision to be able to execute that way, I think it's amazing. But I wouldn't have been able to see that without that. So I think it worked because of that.
Yeah. And the young guy, he was brilliant, just so good. Oh, just heartbreaking. I can't remember his name in it, but yeah. And I'm glad that our guy won. But he also would have been a great one to win as well. He did such a great job. So both of them.
He was up for that. Yeah.
Did anyone see All Quiet on the Western Front? I have not.
No.
I just did, I think last night or so.
Okay. So that obviously won a number of
awards as well.
The sound, is that the one I saw for sound design? There's something else I was watching with amazing sound design. I was just like, whoa. Like that recently the other day.
I'm going to bed, guys.
Yep.
Okay. Hey, can I share one little thing?
Oh yeah. Go.
Okay. So I just did editing and voiceover thing. I don't know, some what do we call this stuff? Voice acting. I did voice acting and editing of someone's business video. And he said, wow, exactly what I need. This is the game changer to my business, ! A whole bunch of them. So that I just got that while we were talking, and I wanted to share because it was, yay. It's just so nice when you do something for someone and they're so happy. I lost my third eye.
You don't
This
need
is my one-handed clapping because I got sleeping puppy.
like that.
All right, love you guys.
Good night, Roger.
Good night. Have a great
Good
week.
night.
Good night.
All right.
Great
And I'm
job.
guessing.
I'm gonna take this sleeping puppy to bed.
Aw.
Good night, Roxanne.
All right, everyone.
Good night, guys.
Bye,
Enjoy
everyone.
the
Good
movie.
night.
Bye, googly eyes.
Yeah, go watch it. Tell us what you
Everyone.
think.
Yes.
All right. All
Well,
right.
Erin, any final thoughts before we wrap up?
Oh, I was like, I think I already left. No. After all that, no.
We can still see you.
No, I think I said everything that I wanted to say.
Yay.
Yeah. I was looking for I know that there's a trope somewhere
There's
that I'm going to
tons.
talk about, but I couldn't find it in time.
All have untapped potentials, and you can choose whatever direction you want to go to, or just be happy with where you are.
Thank you, Jacob.
There you go.
And if you want to be in a different multiverse, then just bring it to this one.
Yeah, just download the assets.
Just do it. Yep.
Yeah, little matrix.
And
thing.
this movie was amazing. And the next time you're eating an everything bagel, maybe think about it before you put it in the toaster. Maybe go with poppy seed, maybe go with cinnamon raisin, or try it and see what happens. But yeah.
Everything bagel, everything bagel, and
Truly,
put more
truly
on it. Put more of everything on it.
Yes.
Put cream cheese.
Power of bagels.
Okay.
All right. That seems like we should go to sleep. All right. Good night.
Good night.
That's what we should have done for the picture. Okay, good night. Good night.
Never.
Dear Rock.